Our heroine wants to tell everyone who gets their hands on this message about what is happening in this place. Children die there every day, and there is also a missing princess of the kingdom of Tyriana. Her name is Stella. The girl was revered by everyone and considered the main star, but now she doesn't exist. She is stuck in this terrible darkness, has lost all her life force, and is quietly dying. It's very scary in the dungeon, cold, wet, and bad. I've even completely forgotten how long I've been there. On her 10th birthday, the little girl had fun and wove a wreath with her personal maids until she was kidnapped. Since then, the girl has been locked up. In order not to lose the knowledge she had acquired, she taught poor children everything she knew. She wrote the alphabet on the floor and told stories that she heard from the maids every night. Stella believed deep down that they would all get out of there someday. The kids asked her if they would be able to escape. The princess answered that they would definitely be able to, but death was getting closer and closer. She couldn't stop coughing. Blood was pouring out of her mouth like a river. The girl did not understand what was happening to her, what illness or infection she was suffering from. She asked the children not to come close, but they were worried about her and continued to cling to her. When the kids were fast asleep, our heroine began to write, in the barely penetrating light. This letter is probably her will. She believed that death was already very close and could not sleep. The knights who periodically came to them in prison once said that tomorrow everything would end. Stella didn't understand what they were talking about. Would they really kill them? She didn't even remember the faces and voices of her father and mother. Would someone come for her? Would they find her? Suddenly, one of the little girls woke up and hugged her tightly. Tyriana was thinking that she did not want such a death. She wanted to leave this world in love and affection. While thinking, our heroine fell fast asleep in a cave filled with an intoxicating aroma. The next day, a man whose face was hidden by a hood came for the girl who had not yet come to her senses. The stranger brought her to a huge vat and placed her lifeless body in it. Then he cut his hand, began to drip his blood there, and said that he was sacrificing a shining star, the purest of all. Thanks to the holy blood and flesh, let him be reborn as the most sinister creature and destroy the whole world. When our heroine came to, she smelled a simply terrible aroma, which made her feel sick. Stella heard the children's screams and muttered with all her might that they just shouldn't be killed. Looking around, the girl did not understand what kind of place this was, why she was there. On the verge of death, there is always an irresistible desire to live, so she began to try to get out of the vessel. Her fingers hurt, but she understood that she couldn't give up. She had to hit as hard as she could so as not to even feel pain. Her painful efforts did not remain in vain. A crack appeared under her feet. Our heroine began to make her way through a small hole. She had one thought in her head, that it was necessary to save the children. But instead of a dark room, she found herself among people in white coats. Stella did not understand what was happening, but the woman began to say that it was necessary to write everything down in detail and call the professor. She was very scared, but the girl immediately sat down opposite her, smiled sweetly, and said that there was no need to be afraid. The doctor said that she had just hatched from an egg, so they would not touch her. The little girl was shocked by what she heard, but when she turned around, she really saw a huge shell. She remembers dying trapped in the narrowing darkness, unconscious from the intoxicating smell. But she couldn't remember who the little one was or why she was locked in that place. The girl was definitely in an adult body. Did a rebirth really occur? The women watched her and were touched that she seemed to be able to speak because they only heard her say, "Bo." Our heroine tried to answer them, but instead she only produced inarticulate sounds since her tongue did not obey her. The woman muttered that it was amazing how a human child hatched from an egg. She didn't think the baby was any different from ordinary people. Then the professor began to squeeze her cheeks and admire how tender and soft they were. Everyone present started pushing each other and shouting that they wanted to try too. One of the researchers asked whether this should be reported to the Pope's council. The professor replied that it would be better to keep it a secret for now, since everyone at the Vatican was busy right now and had plenty of other things to do. Our heroine noted to herself that it seemed she was in charge here, but she still didn't understand where she was. Suddenly, the woman muttered that this child hatched from an egg found in the demon ruins. Stella didn't understand what other ruins there were. She was sure that she was stuck in a ball full of darkness, and hearing the screams of children, she immediately began to break through the wall, trying to get out. The egg looks so small, she feels like a 4-year-old child. The girl asked if at that age she shouldn't already be talking at full speed. While they were checking something in her mouth, the girl thought to herself that she actually knew how to talk. The professor said that everything was fine with the structure of the mouth, so most likely she just hadn't learned yet. The assistant suggested that she might not know the Rhodes language, to which the woman replied that she might. The little girl began to wave her hands and try to say that she understood them perfectly, but again she made incomprehensible sounds. The children said that after she learns to speak, they will ask where the baby came from. Their leader replied that okay, she looks like an ordinary child, but maybe she can tell them where she comes from. But now she needs to be bathed, fed, and dressed. After some time, the little girl thought that she really wanted to sleep. Did she always want to sleep so much after eating? The nanny, who was standing next to the crib, said that the baby's name was Leticia and that she should try to pronounce it syllable by syllable. The girl began to happily repeat after her, but she lisped slightly, so it turned out very funny. The woman smiled and said that it was very sweet. It was still difficult for her to speak since her tongue was not used to it. Kyle also could not pronounce this name yet. Leticia means special child. Does the baby like this name? Our heroine noted that when this woman smiles, her soul becomes very warm. Then her nanny decided to introduce herself and said that her name was Bess Arden. Our heroine was reborn in the body of a child, remembering almost all the details of her death. The screams of children, an earthquake, an unpleasant smell, as if someone was controlling her body. Eventually, she felt like she was all alone. But when Bess gave her a name, the feeling of loneliness slowly began to go away. So, this is what it means to be loved. The baby has already completely forgotten this feeling. The woman wondered why the girl was crying. What happened? Maybe something hurt. Leticia was simply upset that, looking at her face, she thought about those whom she couldn't even remember. For some reason, our heroine thought that this was all just a beautiful dream that would soon disappear. A huge academy of ancient relics belongs to the Council of the Pope. Bess said that all the following days they would be there. She introduced her to students of a private institution who were doing something that she did not understand. And also, in this place, absolutely everyone makes the same sounds of tiredness. Suddenly, touch her tender cheeks with a contented expression on her face. If there was time left, the professor would take her on her lap and read a book. The little girl read the names of fruits out loud. And while everyone around her was touched, she thought that today she was clearly doing better than yesterday. When they picked her up, the little one was surprised because she hatched from an egg, isn't it? Strange and scary for them. The people there really are some kind of weirdos. They treat her like an ordinary child. The woman noted that the girl really loves to study, not like their Kyle. The young man exclaimed that indeed usually children at that age only like to play. The girl added that Mr. Dimitri is very gifted. Did she expect that Kyle would be like that too? The woman replied that no, this boy, on the contrary, was too keen on learning. Bess often spoke about her sons the first. Dimitri, uncommunicative, but very gifted. Next is Kyle. He is about the same age as our heroine, rude and very mean. The youngest is Riley. He was born quite recently, so little has been heard about him yet. The little girl involuntarily began to envy them because their mother was such a wonderful woman. The professor noticed that something was wrong with her and began asking what happened. Maybe she didn't want to study. Then she began to tickle her in order to amuse her and ask what was the matter. Our heroine thought to herself that she was playing with her in such a way that her sons would bite their elbows if they saw it. When Bess took her in her arms, the girl relaxed and fell asleep instantly. She immediately told all her charges to move away from Leticia and do their own thing. The guys were upset. On the way, the woman noticed that she had opened her eyes and began to ask if she should be rocked to sleep, but the baby replied that she did not want to. She just liked these gentle and warm hugs in which she felt so calm. Just like the mother she doesn't remember, she would really like Bess to be her mother, so she tried to pronounce the word. The professor immediately became touched and began calling Leticia her daughter. Unexpectedly, the little one burst into tears because she was speaking quite seriously. She wants to have a close-knit family. The doctor began to worry because she did not understand why she was crying. It seemed like she did not have a cold. Bess thought to herself that this was a child she knew nothing about. Could the little one really be like everyone else? But such a look cannot be seen in an ordinary child. It appears in those who have experienced loneliness and fear. She wants to know more about Letty. The next day, the students were all busy. Usually they tidy up somehow and are always touching her cheeks, but today everything was sparkling with cleanliness. The young man brought a dress and asked if she would like to wear it. The little girl looked at herself and was very surprised because she had only changed her clothes in the morning and was clean. When did she manage to get dirty? Then she remembered that she had eaten and wiped her hands on her clothes. She was becoming more and more like a child, so she answered that it was good. Gregory and Rose took the dirty clothes and washed them clean. Before after washing, they would dry and comb her hair or just tie it up. But today they did everything in a special way. Why? The girl looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't believe her eyes. Maybe today was some kind of holiday. This reflection even raised my spirits because she looks wonderful. Leticia wanted to hear from Bess that she looked cute, so she asked where she was. She was told that the professor would come soon. The baby immediately became depressed. The boys noticed this and decided that it was necessary to urgently correct the situation. After which, the girl handed her a teddy bear and said that it was a gift for her. The toy walked by itself, and the baby did not understand how this happened, so it was very interesting. The wind-up teddy bear reached the door and fell, so the girl decided to go get it. But the doors suddenly swung open, and it turned out that our heroine was hit. It turned out to be a professor who immediately asked in fear if everything was okay with her. The girl involuntarily burst into tears, but she looked at the woman and thought that she was very beautiful today. The young man who followed Bess leaned over to her and looked at her carefully. Everyone was very worried when he came, a scary man, but he seemed familiar. Then it dawned on her that for some reason he resembled the man in black clothes from her past life. The man again pointed his finger at the baby and asked what it was. Bess answered not what, but who it was, a child. The young man asked whether this was an illegitimate child. By any chance the girl looked like her. The professor replied that there was no need to talk nonsense. They just had the same hair color. Our heroine noticed that he seemed to be an Archduke. Isn't that the second title after the king? She is sure that Bess married for convenience. What woman can fall in love with a man with such a look? The professor asked him not to look at her with that expression on his face because the little girl was scared. His Highness asked why the child was in the laboratory. One of the students started to say something about the ruins of demons, but he was quickly interrupted. The young man raised his hand and said that this was his cousin. Cassie said that ancient relics are closely related to demons. Bringing a child into a room full of magical artifacts is somehow strange. Is she really just a child? Then he began to press the young man to hear a truthful answer, but he was so confused that he even felt sick. Bess came to the rescue and said that she had news about the relic that the king had previously been interested in. By the way, he was also interested in this question. Ancient books from demonic ruins, and this. Therefore, let her stop pestering the students and rather go and see what she is talking about. After which, she handed the baby over to her charge, and they went to another room. Everyone immediately began to calm the little one down, and the guy who the Archduke had run over said that in fact, he was the most scared of all here. The girl thought to herself that looking at this man, She remembered her past, the cold, dark basement, and the crying of children, so she muttered out loud that it was scary. Hearing this word, the girl said that everyone was afraid of Cassie. The only exception was the professor. She never even flinched before him. This man is the Grand Archduke of the Lotus Empire. At the age of 30, he has already managed to unite 5 countries. They say that he received his status not only because of the king's favor. From his first battle at age until his last at age, every battle ended in victory for him. A man who is feared not only by the defeated, but also by his own people. The guy was nicknamed the God of Death. Everyone praised him and feared him at the same time. Gregory asked if Rose knew that the marriage between these two was largely the king's doing. The girl said that in any case, he did not harm anyone from the Holy Commission and the Academy. Leticia thought to herself that in general, the king wanted to show with this wedding that the relationship between him and the Holy Commission is strong, or what marrying such a terrible person is not easy. She is worried about Bess, and if this man makes fun of her or uses force against her. But the student immediately said that there was no need to worry. She was sure that the Archduke had never raised his hand against the professor. The young man exclaimed, "Why is she so sure? How can she even know for sure?" The girl told our heroine not to listen to him. It would be better to leave him here alone and go drink hot chocolate. This young man is so pathetic for a senior research fellow, but when he does research, he is like a different person. When she added that in truth, the professor was Gregory's first love, the little one's jaw dropped, and this made Rose laugh a lot. After which, she asked why she had such an expression on her face. Could she really not believe that he liked Bess? Then she squeezed her cheek and said that at such moments, it becomes clear that Letty really understands everything. This woman is too exalted for him. Is it really impossible to give in after years? Especially since she is married. It would be better to look at the one who is next to him. After which, she realized that she had said too much and immediately pressed her finger to her lips, showing that this would be their little secret. When the little one made the same gesture, the girl was delighted that she really understood everything, that she really was a special child. Suddenly, our heroine felt an ominous energy behind the door and ran to see what was going on there. In that room, a picture appeared before her of the Archduke standing with a dagger in his hand and blood flowing from Bess's hand. The little girl was in shock. Did he really dare to touch her? He is a terrible and scary person. She is obliged to protect the professor. Therefore, she suddenly ran up to His Highness and bit his leg with all her might. The man's expression didn't even really change. He just looked at her and asked if she was a dog or something and not a child. The girl who ran right after her was shocked by what she saw. When the little girl finally let go of him, the professor ran up to her and asked if everything was okay. The baby again noticed the blood on her hand and began to shout out the words, "Bad Black Clothes Cave." The ladies did not understand what she was talking about, whether these were some kind of insults or what. The Archduke smiled and asked if this should really be offensive, but the girl was irritated by his vile expression. Leticia had to protect Bess before he hurt her again, but she suddenly felt very hot. She wanted to bite the impudent fellow again, or do at least something, but her body seemed to stop obeying her. Literally, a moment later, our heroine began to lose consciousness, which greatly frightened the professor. The woman immediately told Rose to take her to the doctor, and she would be there soon. The little one herself did not understand what was happening to her, but she had absolutely no strength. Bess looked worried. What was he telling her? If about her, then let him say it loudly. The girl was annoyed that he looked at her like that. Next time he definitely won't leave her. After they left, Cassie began to bandage her hand, saying that she was bleeding heavily. How could she be so clumsy? The wife said that it would be good if he showed this side of himself. Let him not be shy. Her students tremble at the sight of him. She must be more friendly with others. The Archduke replied that he was kind only to her. Bess countered that this was the reason for the rumors that they had married for convenience. and that they had a bad relationship. The man said that he didn't care about the rumors. It was enough that they both knew how false they were. The woman sighed and said that people think he is raising his hand to her. I wonder if it will make things easier if she says that he is not a murderer or a god of death. The husband replied that he did not care what others thought, but Bess countered that Leticia seemed to think that it was he who had hurt her, after which she immediately broke away from his embrace and exclaimed that she needed to go to the girl, but she had completely forgotten herself. Cassie reminded her that she first needs to heal herself. Let her ask the doctor to examine her hand, and he urgently needs to return to the royal palace, as there are still some things to do. After which, he leaned towards her and asked when his beloved was planning to return to the mansion. Bess thought for a moment and replied that the academy was on vacation starting next week, and the restoration and search for important relics was almost complete. So next week. Now it's time for her to go, and he also has a lot of work to do. When he gets home, let him reassure the children that she loves them. The Archduke approached her and said that he wanted to make sure of something, after which he asked what since that girl was not her student's cousin. The woman laughed and asked if he really thought she was her child. Cassie said that she has magic. She fainted because she couldn't handle it. Even if Bess takes her to the doctors, they won't tell her anything. The professor thought to herself that she knew he would guess this, but he was the king's confidant. The husband continued to say that His Majesty was very concerned about the meteorites in the ruins that they had found. Plus, she has the same color hair as his beloved. Arden removed his hand and said that 50 years had passed since the fall of Tyrion. Now there are many fair-haired people. The man objected that even though the country was destroyed, the prophecy would not disappear. The king believed so. The kingdom of Rhodos arose during the fall of Tyrion. At that time, there lived a powerful seer who, before her death, said that she would tell the future of the kingdom. She was Rosalind, the last princess of Tyrion. The entire royal family was killed. She was left alone. This princess later became Bess and is the last blood relative of Tyrion, with blonde hair. The woman was upset by what he said because the egg was found at the site of the meteorite fall. The Archduke said that she knew what was troubling him, but to himself, he thought that the girl with blonde hair hatched from an egg. He was obliged to look after her. Bess replied that they would talk about this when she returned to the mansion, but for now she should not tell the king about Leticia. The husband kissed her on the forehead and said that the plans had changed. First, they would check the baby, and then he would go to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, the little girl was thinking about how the professor's hand was covered in blood. She had bitten that man on the leg. She was filled with anger, but she didn't remember what happened next at all. Bess came up to her and asked if everything was okay. She wanted to check if the temperature had gone down. Our heroine thought to herself that although she was already feeling better, her mood was still spoiled because of that uncle. Then she looked menacingly at His Highness and began to stick out her tongue at him. After a while, the doctor came in and asked Bess to leave in order to discuss the results of the examination. During their absence, there was such a deathly silence in the bedroom that you could even hear the crows cawing outside the window. Suddenly, one of the students looked into the room and told Rose that she needed to submit her research report today. The girl immediately jumped up and started running about her business, as she had completely forgotten about it. Now only our heroine and the Archduke, whom she did not like, remained in the bedroom. The man moved closer to her and asked why she was constantly looking at him. The little girl replied that nothing of the sort. Cassie noted that she speaks much better than Kyle, but her pronunciation is poor. Leti thought to herself that she wanted to answer him straight to his face. That isn't it good for someone who hatched from an egg a week ago, because she is praised every day. When His Highness asked where her parents were, the girl replied that they were not there. He then added that she can wield magic, but can she control it? Our heroine was surprised. What kind of magic? Where could she have gotten it from? The man could not stand it and asked her to stop looking at him like that because he had not harmed his wife and had never even thought about such a thing. And regarding the blood on her hand, this wonderful woman always manages to somehow fall, or if she takes something dangerous in her hands, she will definitely get hurt. She is also prone to making mistakes. The little girl wondered if the professor was really like that. She didn't think the Archduke would lie about this in front of a child. Then she realized that there was no reason to hate him, so she needed to apologize, after which she said one word: misunderstanding. The man was surprised that she even knew such a word, and then noticed that a feather was falling on her head. Therefore, he immediately began to pull his hand towards her in order to remove it. But she immediately started having flashbacks about that stranger in a black cloak from her past life. Seeing that the baby was trembling, Cassie told her not to be afraid and asked why he was really scaring her so much. Our heroine replied that no, she was just too worried, after which she muttered, "Sorry." Suddenly, the professor entered the room and exclaimed that she was already back. After some time, Leticia noticed that the uncle had a completely different expression on his face when he saw his wife. Bess also seems happy from the outside, which means they really like each other. For some reason she felt sad, but now she lives quite well. The students take care of her, they are her family. But the little girl still wants more than anything in the world to have a mom and dad. In the present world, there are 3 sons. One of them is high in the sky. Another thing in this country, in the golden royal palace of Laudis. The last is His Majesty the King, the sun Lotus named Raupeltan. Casey came to meet him and greeted His Highness. The man said that he heard that he was at Bess Academy before coming here. That's why he was late. It seems like they get along well. The Archduke replied that everything had been delayed because he had recently been there checking the relics that interested him, and therefore asked for forgiveness for such a long wait. When asked what was interesting there, Arden replied that after checking, he did not find anything special. The king said that he thought there would be some news in the report. He has suspicions that in the ruins of the demons, and there is the Star of the Tyrian prophecy. Cassie replied that only an ancient dagger was found. The fragments around the meteorite were installed as tombstone inscriptions in an ancient language. His Majesty immediately asked what exactly was written there. The man replied that archaeologists were currently conducting an investigation into this matter. According to the professor, this is an ordinary meteorite that fell on a tombstone in the ruins. It is better not to expect anything special. He thought to himself that sooner or later they would still find out about the child with magical skills, but for now it was better not to tell. The king muttered that it meant it was not the star of prophecy, but he thought that looking at his face, it was hard to understand what was going on in his head. He didn't like it. Then he exclaimed that he must be exhausted after a long journey, so let him forgive him for immediately calling him for negotiations. People finding out that he is over come in shock. Even having enclosed his body with magic, the time he lived will not go anywhere. His mind will not change. How about having lunch together, because they have not seen each other for so long? The Archduke replied that he appreciated his concern, but was forced to refuse, as he urgently needed to go to the mansion. Raupeltan said that he is always busy with his work, but he needs to give himself a rest. But Cassie objected that there was a flood in the area, so it was necessary to check. The king thought to himself that it was clear from his face that he was not sorry at all, after which he said that in that case they would see each other next time, and let him take his wife and sons with him. Meanwhile, the academy began its holidays, and Rose was panicking about what would happen to Leticia. They were going on holiday. The little girl would be left here alone for 2 whole weeks. The professor smiled and replied that she had just been talking about it all day. The girl still couldn't calm down and said that she was very worried because she was still just a child. The little one thought to herself that she was putting everyone in an awkward position. Everyone had their own things to do. Someone was going abroad. Someone was busy moving. Everyone had their own reasons, and in the end, there was no one to take care of her. Bess said that then she will be in the lab all holidays. Let them go on vacation and not worry. The student objected that she had not returned to the mansion for a long time. Her children were bored. What should she do? The young man raised his hand and asked if perhaps they would trust it to him. He was not going anywhere since his parents were all away. The woman asked if he had ever raised a child. The young man replied that he never had, but he had taken care of his nephew a couple of times, and there was no need to look at him like that. Our heroine thought to herself that it would be bad if the professor couldn't go home because of her. So she pulled the guy by the sleeve and said that she would be with Lon. She likes him. Bess needs to see her real family, even if she wants to be with them every day. Her loved ones miss her very much, so let her visit them and not worry. The guys immediately exclaimed that they had come to an agreement. Even if they didn't trust him, it was much better than her being alone. The baby will be safe. She has such thin and light hair, who wouldn't like it? After some time, the young man asked the little girl to wait in this place for a little while. When asked why, Lone replied that there were too many things, so it would take him time to move them. Since they will have to go down the ridge, it is better to drag the luggage first and then go down with her in their arms. The young man will be back soon, so she won't even have time to blink. While he was gone, the little girl began to have a panic attack, and memories of her past life, of sitting in a cave in complete darkness, came flooding back to her. Hearing some steps in the corridor, the girl ran to see who was already there. There was a man who was shouting her name. He said that Loan was busy, so he asked him to accompany her, or rather, he is his close friend. Leticia had a bad feeling that something was going to hit her, or even kill her. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and the stranger exclaimed that he had finally found her. When he said that she needed to go with her uncle, the little girl realized that she needed to run, but he really wanted to kick his feet. After the man tried to grab her, the girl did what she wanted and kicked him in the crotch. When he was writhing in pain, the girl added that he wouldn't be able to catch her even if he didn't think about it. The attacker still managed to grab her by the scruff of the neck, and he asked her what kind of 5-year-old child she was, who was born from a real egg. Our heroine continued to resist, but the man swung and asked why she was making him angry. Now she would only lose consciousness. But suddenly the Archduke appeared and asked what he was doing at all. The guy immediately began to justify himself by saying that he was studying at this academy and that this child was trying to steal important data. Cassie asked if they really teach here that children should be beaten when they misbehave. If so, then this educational institution should be closed. In any case, it will be expelled, but the problem will still remain. After which, he asked the name of the professor who was teaching him. The little one took advantage of the situation and broke free from his tenacious hands when the student exclaimed where she was going. The Archduke asked, what did he really need to think about that now? Our heroine quickly ran into the room, hid behind the sofa, and was shaking all over with fear. When Lone finally showed up, she asked where he had been. The guy replied that he had to go back and forth twice because of his big luggage, but he hurried back and she was not there. Then he extended his hand to her and said that it was time to go. But the little girl muttered that she had not said where she had gone. How did he know where she was? As if he had been following her. The young man smiled and asked what she was talking about. He simply guessed where Letty might go. The girl objected that she was here for the first time. It was dangerous outside, so she would not go anywhere. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed, and he hissed angrily at her not to create any problems for him. If she doesn't want to go out, he will force her. The guy is sure that the child hatched from the egg is special, after which she dragged her somewhere and said that they would exit through an underground passage where no one would see them. Our heroine was very scared. She didn't want to end up in prison again. Suddenly, the professor's voice was heard telling him to let her go immediately. The youth exclaimed that he had had the thought of this when he saw the Archduke, but did not think that she would really come. While they were talking to each other, the little girl lost consciousness from fear and the shock she had experienced. After some time, when she came to her senses, she opened her eyes and saw a woman in front of her who was looking at her with concern. The little one started asking how she was, if everything was okay. She was very sorry that everything turned out this way. Bess was supposed to go to her family, but because of her, she stayed at the academy. She was scared, but now everything is fine. The girl said that there was no need to worry. This was their home. She could meet her real family forever, but not Letty. The girl is very important to her, so let her tell her what is bothering her. Leticia burst into tears and replied that she was very scared. She was sad without Bess. It was too dark and cold, and she was afraid of the dark. The woman replied that she now understood her and thanked her for telling her this. Bess will be there for her and will not leave her alone on a cold night in their house. The little one asked if the Archduke was here. She should thank him since he saved her. The professor immediately broke into a smile and suggested that she go to him with her. In the next room, a boy was loudly hysterical, shouting that today was his birthday. Why wasn't there a puppy? Mom immediately picked him up and asked why Kyle was so upset. The kid pointed his finger at our heroine and said to send her back because it was not his gift. Cassie replied that of course this child is not a gift for him. The little one continued to shout that today was his holiday. The birthday was special. Why was no one interested in him? The woman hugged him again and asked for forgiveness for being late for his holiday, but she had a great responsibility. Kyle asked if she hadn't said she wouldn't bring the kids to show off their possessions. The professor put him on the floor and said that he had not yet told his mother about his abilities that had awakened in him today. Perhaps he would show her. The baby concentrated his magical abilities, and a flame appeared on his hand. Leticia was delighted, so she ran up to him and asked him how he did it. It was simply amazing. When asked what superpower she had, the little girl replied that she didn't have any. The boy's face immediately changed, and he said that it seemed that she didn't have magical powers, which meant that she wouldn't be able to make a fire like his. Bess said that not everyone has magical powers. Didn't she tell him that the other day? Only the chosen ones are born this way. It is a blessing for a person, but sometimes it also becomes poison for him. In addition, comparing yourself with others is bad. Suddenly, the older brother intervened, saying that they had not yet introduced themselves to each other, so he would do it first. His name was Dimitri Arden. When the little girl said her name was Leticia, the guy replied that it was a beautiful name, and he was glad to meet her. Then he muttered that he understood that now she would live with them at least for a while. When the woman answered that most likely, yes, Kyle immediately said that he was categorically against it. Dimitri, on the contrary, said that he does not dare to object to the decision of his mom and dad. He is very glad that now they have a little sister. He only has 2 younger brothers, so he is very happy. When the young man asked whether they would get along with her, the girl replied that yes, but she thought to herself that he was older than her, and she didn't even know how to express respect. Dimitri asked him to tell him if he is interested in studying. He likes teaching other people. It comes easy to him because he himself is a good student. The younger one threw a tantrum, again blurted out that he couldn't do this anymore, that he hated his brother and his mom and dad, and then left. The baby immediately became depressed, which seemed to indicate that he was having a hard time and that he didn't like her. The Archduke told her not to worry too much. This child is always jealous. At first, he may be rude now, but he is a good person. They will get along with him. Bess said that if she doesn't want to, she can refuse, no matter if it's comfortable for them or the child, but she can take her to any place she wants at any time. Our heroine answered that no, she likes the professor, and the Archduke is also good. Then Leticia was introduced to the woman and told that her name was Helen, and that from today on she would be taking care of her. Meanwhile, Bess was saying that she wanted to dye her hair, but didn't know if red would be the right color. The man was surprised that this was really what was bothering her. The woman replied that there was one more thing she was worried, whether the baby would be able to settle here. But she didn't have time to finish her thought because Dimitri appeared and said that he would go and calm his younger brother down. Mom hugged him and said that he, as always, was helping her out. The boy replied that he didn't need any thanks. When her son left, the professor asked if her husband could cast a restraining magic spell on Leticia until her powers stabilized. The man replied that of course they don't know how strong her magic is. It would be better if no one knew about it. When asked if she wanted the girl to not stand out at all, the woman replied that at least until she grows up, the main thing is not to forget to dye her hair. The Archduke said that she must understand that one day the day would come when the emperor would want to see her. The woman replied that she understood better than anyone else, since they had so suddenly decided to adopt a child. The husband suggested making up a story about her. Even if she becomes more majestic than the king himself, he wouldn't mind if it was a secret. The professor pressed herself against him and sincerely thanked Cassie for his support. Meanwhile, our heroine's personal maid took her to the bathroom and said that it was now her own. The little girl was shocked. If she became as outstanding as the Archduke, then she would have all this too. The woman said that from today on they will dye her hair. Is she against it? Leticia didn't understand why. Maybe because she looked like Bess's own daughter. Helen added that she is very glad that this dye is not harmful to her. She will soon get used to it, since they will do it often. While dyeing, the woman said that she hadn't seen hair like this for a long time. The last time was when she was years old. Quite a lot of time had passed. Now this color has remained in the history of the royal family, after which she realized that she had completely chatted. The Archduchess would tell her about everything later. A baby like that needs to grow up in safety. Here the girl thought to herself, was that why they decided to dye her hair? She knows absolutely nothing about herself, but perhaps Bess knows. The Archduke probably knows too. And that kidnapper, I would like to hear an answer from someone. During all these thoughts, the girl simply switched off from fatigue and the events she had experienced. In her sleep, she began to hear a voice that greeted her, called her a star and a lost ray of light. Our heroine did not understand who it was. It turned out that she was sitting in the palms of some woman who said that she saved her so that she could save countless souls. She is still so small, so her body is not ready to accommodate the immensity of the soul. Thanks to this, Letty was able to avoid the darkness, and if she encountered it, it would not consume her. The baby realized that this was her chance to learn at least something, so she began to ask whether she had died to be reborn in the body of a child, who she was, why she had been reincarnated at all. The voice replied that the baby had to remember herself. That was all she could do for her. She was sorry, after which a small pink sphere headed towards her. The more the girl strives to find out the truth, the clearer it will become to her why she was reborn, and everything will fall into place. But while it is still early, let him not hurry and move gradually. After that, let him protect the little defenseless souls from darkness. When asked if she could, the woman answered that yes. Even if she fell into despair, hope would make her move on. Even if her loved ones were far away, she would protect them because she was a special child. What she gave her is a shield that hides her. It will also be her weapon. It goes to the last, and at the end. But our heroine did not hear the end of the phrase, as her consciousness began to cloud over, and the voice was heard further and further away. Meanwhile, a mercenary came to meet the Archduke. Cassie asked if he had checked everything. He answered that, yes. As the man was hiding around the corner, His Highness stood near him and asked who else was involved in this, besides the Earl of Cheston. The man replied that it was unknown. The Count was so blinded by power that he sold his own daughter. He hung around him to attract attention, but he could not get close. Therefore, he sent his subordinate, who was a spy, to the academy in order to target Bess. He then received information that there was an egg from a fallen meteor in the facility. For the purpose of bargaining, the spy briefly reported to the Count that a child had appeared at the academy. That was all he knew. The Count wants to find out what kind of relationship Bess has with the girl. Cassie continued that they staged the kidnapping that night. The mercenary said that the deaths of the Count and the spy were passed off as accidents, and after that night, they would not appear again, thanks to His Excellency. The Archduke said that they reeked of drugs, so he didn't even feel sorry for them. After this conversation, the man went to the baby's room, who slept almost all day. Cassie immediately said that she was simply exhausted and needed rest. So everything would be fine because at that age, with a sharp change in environment, people often get nervous. There is no need to worry, she will soon open her eyes. I thought to myself that in the end, magic and hair color are a feature, so it is understandable why Bess is worried I will have to wait and find out later if she really is the child from the prophecy. Then a maid appeared in the room and turned to the professor and said that she had some business that she had forgotten about, so the woman left. After some time, when the little girl came to, she saw the Archduke's face right above her. Our heroine jumped up sharply as she was frightened by the surprise. The man pointed his finger at her small hand, clenched into a fist, and asked what she was hiding there. When she opened it, she saw a bright light, so she immediately screamed that she had not stolen anything. Taking it in her hands, Cassie noted that it was a control stone. Where did she get it? The little girl began to mumble that she hadn't really stolen anything, but that a woman had given it to her in her dream. Upon hearing this information, His Highness said to wait a little while. He checked something and returned it back. Suddenly, a small boy appeared in the room and menacingly addressed her. You, his older brother, came in next and objected that she actually had a name, Leticia. Kyle screamed that he would never ever call her by her name. Our heroine thought to herself that she shouldn't worry. She didn't really want him to call her that. The youngest one started to get hysterical, saying he wanted more cookies, but he only ate 3 and didn't take any more. In order for him not to make a scene, Dimitri decided to give him one little thing. The little girl, who had also managed to be treated, said that if they belonged to them, then she would not. Now her situation was such that she nobly refused, pretending that she was not hungry, and Kyle was portrayed as a small hysterical boy who cannot control his emotions. Sometime later during dinner, Kyle still could not calm down, as this situation had made him angry. The professor couldn't understand what was happening to him, and Dimitri told her to just ignore it. The baby continued to be angry and muttered that he hated her. His father told him not to talk during meals, but Kyle suddenly jumped up and shouted that she had no magical abilities, and if she didn't have them, then she didn't belong to their kind, did she? The woman objected that according to this logic, his mother also does not belong to their family. Meanwhile, Riley began to fuss around next to our heroine and try to attract her attention, after which he looked at her with wide-open eyes and began to babble something in his language. The professor was touched and stated that it seemed that the baby also really liked Leticia. Kyle jumped up, suddenly screamed that he hated absolutely everyone, and started running away from the cafeteria. When the girl immediately started chasing after him, the woman asked where she was going. Dimitri picked up that this child was always like this. No need to pay attention. Maybe he will return soon. But the little girl smiled and replied that she would still follow him since they needed to improve their relationship. When the girl went out into the hallway, she saw Kyle, who was sitting on the floor, very sad and tearful. Noticing her, he started shouting that she needed to get out immediately. The baby hated her. The little girl stated that when he is alone, he feels lonely and unnecessary. After which she sat down next to him and said that she was not going to take away either the cookies or his precious family. None of it belonged to her. Leticia was accepted only out of pity. She lives here, but is not a member of their family, like Helen and the rest of the workers in this place. The youngest son leaned towards her and asked if she was telling the truth, if she really wouldn't take it away. The girl replied that she had no right to do so. Bess and Cassie care so much about him. Don't they love him so much? When Kyle replied that of course they were his mom and dad, the little one thought to herself that family is not a simple relationship that you can get whenever you want. Then she turned to him and said that she wanted to be friends with him because Bess and Dimitri were worried about their relationship. The boy said that he would give her a chance. If she did something, then she would become his 1,203rd friend. When our heroine replied that she could try, the kid said that she clearly never gives up and then told her what needed to be done. Then they returned to the dining room, and the boy immediately shouted that Leticia had something to say. The woman smiled sweetly, turned to her, and asked what exactly she wanted to say. Our heroine felt very awkward, but she collected her thoughts and forced out that she wanted a puppy. When the room was completely silent, the professor turned to Kyle and said that she had told him not to take everything so lightly, and the same applies to coercion. The kid immediately started screaming, asking why she was telling all this to him and not to the girl. But Mom continued that firstly, we are talking about responsibility. He should take it upon himself and not play the fool trying to achieve something at the expense of others. That's wrong. After such an act, it will be difficult for the mother to expect anything good from her son. Kyle realized that the situation had turned out completely differently than he had planned. So he started looking at Letty and hinting that she should help him if she wanted to be friends. But when our heroine denied it, the boy again screamed that he hated her. A little later, Dimitri came to the library to take that very book about Tyrian. A little later, his mother came up to him and said that she had finally found him. The boy asked for forgiveness as he had not heard anything because he had been carried away by reading. Noticing that he was reading about the kingdom, she asked him if he was really so worried about this little girl's hair. I thought to myself that I only sighed with relief that Kyle was not interested in the girl, but Dimitri was smart. The son replied that she had the same hair color as her mother. Maybe it was somehow connected with her, so he decided to find out more. Bess said she was sorry she brought her here without saying anything. The guy replied that there was no need to apologize because it was his parents' decision. The professor objected that despite this, Kyle treated her extremely disdainfully, but they had no other choice. The young man replied that he believed his mother and that if another girl appeared on the estate, nothing would change. The woman thought to herself that it seemed to him that he didn't care at all whether she was good or bad. He was rarely dissatisfied with anything. She has 3 sons, and they are all completely different. Dimitri is special, and the first child of the Arden family. As soon as he started speaking, he could already form sentences at a high level, and about a year later, he began to fully control the magic that had awakened at the age of 5. They were very surprised, since this usually takes about 10 years. After that, he entered the academy early, and even took first place among the first years. At the age of 10, he was awarded the title of genius. Dimitri Arden is worthy of such honors. But her child almost never smiled. A child who understands the structure of the world is not particularly interested in such trifles. For the bored boy, the world seemed to be divided into 3 parts: knowledge of position, wealth, power, ability, and interpersonal relationships. He shows respect to those he wants to emulate, cares for, and sympathizes with the younger ones. The family is no exception. Her first child is as calculating as she is, after which she kissed her son on the forehead and said that he could be sincere with his parents. Let him tell her what feelings he was experiencing right now. The guy replied that the little girl was amazing. Usually, children younger than him really love cookies, but the other day when he gave it to her, Leticia refused. She seems to be trying very hard to please everyone, but children don't usually do things like that at 5 years old. And she also looks like a peach. Are all girls like that? He is not sure, since he did not pay attention, but he is a little curious. The woman smiled and told him to ask the little girl why she was so cute. Dimitri replied that he would think about it. If he suddenly asked something like that, it would look very strange. The professor was touched to herself that he was so shy. Why didn't all the men in this house realize their feelings? Meanwhile, the maid was telling our heroine that it was time to go to bed. Children have a certain sleep schedule, after which she wished her good night and left, turning off the light. The girl began to reassure herself that it was safe here. There was plenty of space around, and if she closed her eyes and counted the sheep, she would definitely fall asleep. After some time, she had already counted sheep, but she still could not fall asleep. She wanted someone to be next to her. It's absolutely impossible to fall asleep alone, but it's too late to call anyone, although you can still get through to Helen because she's her nanny. It is absolutely normal for a 5-year-old child to be afraid to sleep alone at night, so I decided to call someone. But suddenly she began to hear someone's voices. It seemed that the maids were talking about something in the corridor. They discussed that this little girl, like a tumbleweed, moves from place to place, changing everyone around today. Even young Master Kyle did not cry or scream. The owner also changed when the baby started crying. He immediately began to calm him down, although he usually never did that. This child is of unknown origin, as a colleague believes. Is she the illegitimate daughter of the owner who was born on the street? The interlocutor exclaimed that she should watch her language and think about what she was saying. The girl objected. What did she say after all this is Mark's theory. Often such uninvited guests try with all their might to remain in comfort. The maid was indignant again. What was she saying? Was she crazy or something? And what if someone heard? When they finally passed by, the girl stopped hearing their voices and thought that it was only one night, so she needed to sleep. But our heroine could not relax, as it seemed to her that she would be swallowed by darkness. Leticia thought that it was all because there were no windows in the room, so she decided to go and find it. The little one successfully managed to get to it, so she began to feel a little calmer. The little girl remembered the song she sang to the sound of the music box before going to bed. In the rhythm of the ringing melodic sounds, words came to mind. By chance, she calmed her down in the darkness. In the evening, in one place, the darkness will dissipate, and then the light will find them. The sun will embrace them. The moonlight will comfort them. They have nothing to fear. Our heroine didn't remember the words of this song very well, but when she started humming, she immediately remembered everything. Suddenly, Dimitri's voice was heard asking what the girl was doing here. The little girl explained everything to him honestly, that it was because of her fear of the dark that it seemed to her that the ghost was approaching again and again. Noticing the book in his hands, the little girl asked if he had been to the library. The guy replied that yes, it was necessary to find out about something. In general, you shouldn't wander around the estate so late. You can get lost, so it's better to go back. When there was no reaction, the young man noted that she seemed to not want to return to the room. Leticia thought to herself that she was causing inconvenience, so she replied that she could go there alone. But Dimitri objected that he would take her. There are many ghosts in the estate, so a little girl should not go alone. The little girl asked in fear if it was true. The guy replied that many people said they saw a ghost. Even the naughty younger brother doesn't walk around at night, but our heroine was frightened by his smile in this situation. When asked if he was afraid of otherworldly forces, Dimitri answered that no, because ghosts cannot harm them. Unlike people, they are much more terrible. When they entered the room, the guy said that he would be next to her until she fell asleep. He was just looking for a place to read books. Our heroine was very happy and replied that she didn't mind, but she thought to herself that she would finally feel safe. As Letty climbed into bed, she thought that the guy was a good student, which meant he loved books. Suddenly, the young man smiled and replied that yes, he liked books very much. The baby was shocked. Could he really read minds? Was this his magic? The young man replied that no, it was just hard not to understand with the expression on her face. When asked what kind of magic Dimitri possessed, he replied that in time she would see everything. Then he asked why she continued to call him Dimitri, since she would soon become part of their family, and perhaps she would call him something else. Our heroine thought for a moment and muttered that perhaps she could call him brother. The guy immediately smiled and replied that he wanted her to call him that. From now on, it was much nicer. Now she could close her eyes and he would stay here until she fell asleep. That night, the girl heard only her brother's calm breathing and the sound of him turning pages. He became her savior. The next day, she was awakened by the voice of the maid, who said that it was time to get up. While the woman was muttering that she would bring the dress that she would wear today, our heroine noticed one little thing on the chair. It was clearly dropped by her older brother, so it had to be returned to him. After some time, the preparations were finished, and Helen said that now they could go to breakfast. Having run into the dining room, The girl immediately bowed and greeted the Archduke. When she saw Dimitri, she smiled and wished good morning to her older brother. The young man responded in kind, while Kyle in the background was confused as to what was going on. Meanwhile, the man asked for what purpose the Archduchess had come to him. The woman replied that she had one request to make of His Holiness. The fallen star continues to shine. The light has not disappeared anywhere, and in order to shine, it must light up its glow, will also be in lotus. One of those present exclaimed that the last princess of Tyrian. It is clear that the Archduchess is talking about the child from the prophecy. After years, the time has come to bury the papal commission and restore the fallen holiness. Someone objected that recently rumors were spread that nothing was found at the site of the fallen meteor. The man replied that he had sent the emperor a false fortune teller. There would be no problem with that, but if he did not believe, then perhaps they had missed their first chance in so long. The priest mentally addressed the deity and said that if it really exists, then let it help him not to arouse suspicion. Then the Archduchess appeared in the room and said that she had a request for His Holiness. Holy Father Geralt asked what had happened in their family, that she in person came to him. Let the woman not waste time, but tell what really happened. Suddenly, the professor asked the young man to look after her children. Those present immediately began to whisper to each other, as if she were invisible. Bess thought to herself that the atmosphere here was so heavy, it was good that she went instead of Cassie. Then she placed on the table, right in front of them, the suitcase containing the broken shell. She must have been allowed in here because of her hair color, even though she belongs to the Arden family. But she wants to inform that from now on she will again conduct research on the cause of the fall of Tyrian. But they really need the help of the Holy See. Geralt asked if the child from the prophecy was the target of the research. The woman replied that yes, and this girl was now on her estate. One of those present cried out, "Doesn't she know who her husband is, since he is a loyal subject, and the king's nephew? How could the child of prophecy be entrusted to such a young man?" Bess immediately remembered telling her husband that they would deceive them by telling this story. If they were lucky at best, they would be able to conclude a contract with them. The man replied that he knew, but if they did not do so, they would not cooperate with them. Everything will be fine if he cared about it. He would not have been able to rise to his current status. Let him go and tell that her husband, Cassie, is not a nephew, but the son of the king, and he is also his only real son. Meanwhile, the Duke asked who had called her a tumbleweed, whether it was that restless Kyle again. The little girl grabbed her head and replied that no. Helen explained that it seemed that among the maids there were those who gossiped and made fun of her. She would find out who it was and punish them. Then she hugged our heroine and said that now everything was different. She would definitely be able to protect her. When Cassie left, the woman said that everything was fine. His lordship was just a little upset. He was sorry that bad things were said about her. The little girl thought to herself that this was not so. She was just causing inconvenience to everyone. But when the maid repeated that everything was exactly as she said, the little one was surprised that everyone in this place could read minds. Helen added that such a baby is a gift for the family. She will protect her at all costs, so that in the future, others will not treat Milady like that. After hearing this information, the Holy Father asked why the king had not spoken about this before. The professor muttered that the monarch would certainly need a faithful dog that would do anything, not the one who will love and then follow in his footsteps. Of course, this is just an assumption. Geralt told her to send the child of prophecy to the Holy See, and he would listen to her request. The woman replied that the child could not remain here. The Holy See did not have the power to protect her. Let this be their backup option for shelter. If something goes wrong, they have revealed the secret. It would be to unite with them. This is very important, so they hope for cooperation. One of those present turned to the Holy Father and exclaimed that they could regain their power with this. The most common change of power, if the next successor of Cassie Arden makes a statement, the family will turn away from him, and the reputation of the Holy See will not suffer. The man replied that he understood that they could not refuse them. But the problem was in constantly repeating the statement to the interested parties. Let Gabriel think better of himself, after which the young man sat back in his chair and asked for forgiveness. The woman asked whether it could already be considered that the Holy See had made a decision. Geralt replied that yes, they are definitely for children's safety and will support any research into it. He doesn't know why she needs it, but he guesses that because of the color of her hair, the child of prophecy needs a title. Let him give her 3 days to prepare. The professor thanked him and said that she hoped for long-term cooperation in the future. The man replied that it was from the bottom of his heart. Thank her for coming to the Holy See. He asks for forgiveness for the words he said earlier. Let him not be embarrassed to go to them. At parting, she said that she thought that no problems would arise until the next visit, but neither in the Holy See nor in her estate. Meanwhile, the little girl was given a huge bright room. She was simply shocked. The Archduke said that there were no windows in the room, but in any case, it was only temporary. If she's embarrassed about something because of Kyle, then she shouldn't pay attention to him. Our heroine thought to herself how she could not care when he ran out with tears in his eyes, screaming that this was his playroom. The man added that if something was bothering her, then she should say it right away. She was a child that Bess brought. There was no need to show others what they shouldn't see. Suddenly, the professor appeared in the bedroom. Noting that they had changed rooms, she needed to do so. Let them forgive her inattention, since her head is filled with something completely different. The baby exclaimed that there was no need to worry, everything was perfectly fine. After some time, the woman said that everything went smoothly. She was surprised that she was able to get support from them for the research. The husband said that if everything is normal, then why does she have such an expression on her face? Bess replied that because of him. Suddenly, the Holy See decides to take advantage of this. They can betray. She does not want to force him to say something he does not like. His lordship replied that everything was fine. It was her decision. Bess objected that if she had made a mistake, then he would be in danger. Cassie replied that she was not mistaken. He was ready for something like this, after which he kissed her hard. The professor said that she felt relieved when she heard such words from the good Archduke. She will be away from the estate for some time. Leticia's children will miss her very, very much, but she must leave. The end of her eternal research has come. She will certainly find out about her mother, as well as about the prophecy she wants to find. All the answers. Let her be patient a little longer. The man hugged her, told her not to worry, and to calmly go and sort everything out. A little later at the dinner table, the woman asked why the baby wasn't eating. Was it because she had no appetite? The little one thought to herself that she just didn't understand how they had to be so carefree when their mother was away. In the Arden family, everyone expresses love in different ways. The wife asked Cassie if she was really cute. The man simply looked at the girl silently and did not say a word, to which he was told that he was heartless. Helen and Bess hugged her and said that the baby looked the most charming in their eyes. Kyle, when asked if she was pretty, replied that he didn't like slowpokes who were late for lunch. His older brother Dimitri said that she was an indescribable beauty. The boy asked irritably where those flowers on her head came from. The little girl replied that she was in the garden with Bess and Helen. Wouldn't he like to go there with her? We could make wreaths and eat sandwiches together. When the boy replied that it was a good idea, the little girl thought to herself that she had finally figured out how to get along with him. Then Kyle turned to Dimitri and offered to go with them. Leticia picked up and said that it would be better if he joined them. She would not go anywhere if he was busy. The young man replied that as soon as the date was set, let him know and he would definitely go. Then the baby ran to his mother and began to beg her to go with them. But she replied that she would not go now, but they would definitely arrange for him as soon as he returned from the excavations. When asked if she was leaving again, Bess replied that yes, she was, and this time for a long time. She will be away from home for a long time due to research, and she will have to leave tomorrow, and it is completely unknown when she will return. At that moment, our heroine's world simply collapsed. People around her were saying something, but she seemed not to hear them at all. At the table, she only thought that she couldn't believe it. She needed to convince Bess before tomorrow, after which she decided that if he showed that he couldn't live without her, then she wouldn't go anywhere. Then she started whining to get her attention and saying that the fork was heavy and that it was difficult for her to eat. A personal assistant immediately appeared and realized that she needed to be fed. Our heroine ate to the words, "Open your mouth, the plane is flying," and thought that she was such a good nanny, so her plan failed. Then another plan came into her head. She collected all her things and said that she could go with the professor with this. The woman took her in her arms and said that in the place where she would be, the baby would not sleep, would not be able to eat well, and would always be dirty. It was very dangerous there. Leticia exclaimed that it turns out she's going to a place where they sleep on rocks and eat tasteless food instead of where there's constant dirt. Why not just stay at home? Bess replied that she really needed to go there for her and Leticia's sake, for the good of their Arden family. She doesn't want the girl to get hurt during the excavation, so she won't be able to go with her. Even though there are still very immature boys nearby, all the responsibilities will be on Cassie. He will take care of her. Our heroine burst into tears and screamed that she wanted to be with Bess. Why couldn't she go? The woman thought to herself that she was crying just like a little child, after which she told her to come to her. The next day, Bess was ready to leave with all her things and asked her husband where Leticia was. He replied that he was still sleeping. The professor muttered that it seemed that when she left, the little girl would be very upset. Yesterday she tried to calm her down, but she was a smart girl, she should understand everything. The man replied that he was sure she had chosen the right words, but his wife asked what was wrong with his expression. Cassie replied that he knows it's all his greed, but he can't keep her because of the promise. It's hard for him too. He will always support her, but he really wants her to be close and not go anywhere. Bess said that when he says things like that, it makes her feel attached to him in a good way, but she still has to go. The husband replied that this child always came first and that this only caused losses. The girl said that she talked to the baby. She is afraid of him, and now his karma will work. During her absence, he will be the one to take care of her. The little girl likes being her daughter, but when she had to tell him that Cassie is her dad, she was completely horrified. It's because he's so cold-blooded, not only to the girl, but to their sons. Now Arden is a father of 4. It's necessary to show your feelings. He reads them as sweet, doesn't he? His lordship replied that it was difficult for him to show emotion to anyone. Bess replied that she understood him. She also had a difficult life. In the end, her husband fell in love with her, and they had no choice but to be together. A man can feel the same way about children, perhaps even earlier than with her right. His wife trusts him very much. If during his departure, her children feel emptiness inside, she will be upset. After thinking for a moment, Cassie replied that it was unfair, but the woman stated that she had some advantages in the Archduke's favor. Then she entrusts it only to him and let his lordship take care of the children. Meanwhile, the baby woke up suddenly and thought about when she managed to fall asleep. She probably cried a lot yesterday. Our heroine only remembers how Bess stroked her head and said something to her. Then it dawned on her that the professor was leaving now, so she ran to the window and saw her getting into the carriage. If the baby couldn't stop her, then it's necessary to at least see her off. She was very worried because they couldn't part like that, but the stairs were so huge that it was impossible to go down quickly. This little body annoys her. At this rate, she will never get to the professor. The Archduke came to her crying and asked why she was there, since it was still too early to get up. Helen also came running to this cry and immediately took the baby in her arms. And Laddie, through her sobs, said that Bess had left and she didn't even have time to say goodbye. Cassie immediately recalled his wife's words about how now that he is the father of 4 children, it is necessary to show emotion. Therefore, she said that the woman had only recently left. They could catch the train. If they left right now, then she would be able to meet her. When Leticia looked at him in surprise, The man added that she should say goodbye to her personally. Since they were in a hurry, the man picked her up and threw his cloak over her, asking if everything was okay. The baby replied that it was fine. On the way, the little one said that she was worried that she was bothering him, but the Archduke replied that she was not and asked how things were with Kyle. The girl remembered how he demonstrated his abilities to her and said that he had a cool talent, but his father and older brother also had good ones. Dimitri can see and hear those who are inaccessible to others and even talk to them, and their father can do absolutely everything. Rarely does anyone get such abilities. They appear once every years. In any case, the older brother doesn't like to talk about it, so it's better to keep it a secret. Then he handed her a cookie and told her that they should swear to each other that they would have a common secret. Our heroine wondered if it could be considered intimacy if they had a secret, so she replied that everything was fine. His lordship asked if she regarded Bess as her mother. The baby replied that it would be wonderful, but Kyle would not like it even now. But Cassie replied that his wife already considered her daughter, so it doesn't matter. The woman already talked to her about it. It may seem that she lied, but it is not so. Bess is affectionate, but he, a man not like her, has no reason to be affectionate with her. So let him listen and believe. Leticia is his wife's dear youngest daughter, and therefore his too. Our heroine thought to herself that if you don't believe the rumors, then she thinks that he is kind at heart. After some time, they arrived at the train station, and the girl immediately rushed to hug the professor, who did not expect to see her at all. So I asked how they ended up here. It was cold outside, why she was looking like that. Letty answered that she was afraid that she wouldn't have time to say goodbye to her in person. The woman replied that she deliberately did not want to look at the children's faces because she was afraid that she would completely fall apart. Our heroine objected that one should not be so weak-willed. The baby came to see her off, doesn't want to forget her face, so have a good journey and get there safely. Bess hugged her and said thank you for seeing her off. She hopes that everything will be fine. Even if he goes far away, he will always remember her. The woman will write her letters, so let Cassie teach her to write and answer them. This is Mother's first assignment for Leticia. The woman then boarded the train and set off on the long journey to her destination. When the Archduke picked her up in his arms, the little girl objected that she could walk by herself, but he replied that she was barefoot and might freeze. After some time, the maids discussed whether this had happened before one of them answered that, yes, as soon as it got here. Do they know how valuable this thing is? She saw something like this for the first time when she started working in this place. The Archduke himself wiped the young lady's feet with it. It was something to behold. It is impossible to describe in words. They had never seen such an expensive thing used as a blanket. After all, it was personally presented to him by His Highness the King himself. A man wears it only on special occasions. They say he wrapped that little girl in it and went to the station tomorrow. Everyone will be talking about it. The girl asked what kind of baby it was, where it came from, how it got here. Neither Helen nor Mrs. Bess said anything about it. The girl told them not to whisper. The Archduke would introduce her to everyone officially. Later let them be patient and keep their mouths shut. They know that last time they fired the cleaning lady, so they shouldn't care about anything except Cassie's orders. She thought to herself that not revealing the real hair color, eliminating rumors. It is her job and Helen's. Don't be too curious. That's the whole secret of how to stay in this estate for a long time. After which, she exclaimed that the Archduchess was so sweet, doing everything for this place. One of the maids replied that this is why they give themselves completely to their work. Without Bess, the mansion would become lifeless. So even now when the mistress is not here, it is very comfortable. You can breathe freely in this place. It would be good if the baby was comfortable too. Meanwhile, the man handed our heroine a necklace and said that it was a gift. She was shocked that he was giving it to a 5-year-old child. Lady muttered that there was no need to do, that they had already helped her enough. But Cassie explained that it originally belonged to her, and he only processed the precious stone. The girl looked at him in surprise, and asked if he wasn't pink. His lordship explained that he had remade it to match the color of her eyes, using control magic. It was a magic stone that blocked her mana. When asked if she can use magic too, Cassie replied that it is true, but until she appears, he has no idea what her abilities are, but he feels a strong energy from her. The Archduke does not know when and how it will manifest itself. It is necessary to contain it for some time, with the help of management. The little girl thought to herself that when her power manifested itself, suddenly she too would be able to control fire like Kyle. His lordship asked her if she was afraid of his touch, but the little one replied that she was not, she was just thinking. Arden asked the question, "Then why doesn't he stick his neck out? He's not the one who's going to wear it." The girl looked at him and thought to herself that he really was the color of her eyes and was very shiny. The man continued that frankly speaking, she is too old for a child. Maybe it is inappropriate, of course, but starting next month, she will have a tutor. But to his surprise, the little one was very happy. It was all written on her face. Letty asked if they could write a letter to Bess right now, because he had to help her with the mission she gave her. The Archduke sighed heavily and replied that yes, she would not return anytime soon. She would not come for some time. It would be better to let him pretend that he had not seen her. His lordship hopes that he will get along with Leticia Arden, and that she will become friends with his sons. After which, he added that she could go. Our heroine was surprised to herself that he called her that. At the door, she ran into a young man and exclaimed that she had become Leticia Arden. Now they were truly a family. The assistant confirmed that the young lady was wearing a mana-blocking stone. When asked if she was happy, the guy replied that she was simply beaming with happiness when she left him. It seems that happiness has come to this house with the appearance of another girl in the family. The processing of the precious stone with control magic was expensive. His lordship interrupted Rupel sharply and told him to go and bring the necessary documents. The guy replied that okay, but he thought that next time he should tell Milady about control magic. Its main purpose is to conceal the owner's magical abilities in order to avoid the Emperor's suspicion. Recently, a maid asked her if the Archduke had made her a stone that restrains mana, and the little one replied that he had. His lordship replied that it was too early, he would not say anything until the girl finished her education. She was a sweet and understanding child, so if he asked her not to do something, she would not. The assistant was surprised by the way he spoke about her, but decided to pretend that he had ignored it. After which, she added that, by the way, Bess still hasn't arrived. No matter how southern this region is, whether everything will be okay with her, he's worried since this is the outskirts of the Empire. His lordship replied that his wife was strong, and he believed in her. He needed to worry about something else. He stayed with a girl for the first time. Since this is the first time, it is very difficult for him. Why can't children raise themselves? They would wander around on their own and not engage in self-development. The young man remembered telling Bess that he would take care of Leticia during her absence, even though he had not served the Archduke for a long time. But he was sure that he could take care of the little girl, despite his grumbling. She may be worried about whether her husband and the young gentlemen and ladies will get along, but he will at least try to be kind to her so as not to frighten her. The woman replied that there was no need to worry so much. It would not be the girl who would tremble with fear in this house, but the young men. They would check this in exactly 3 months. Meanwhile, our heroine looked at the wreath which had turned brown and asked what was wrong with it. The maid explained that the flowers were starting to fade, so she would have to throw it away. The little one started whining that Bess had left not so long ago, and this was the last thing she did to her. But then she thought that if she continued to be capricious, then Helen and Anna would have problems. So I just silently gave them the wreath, said that everything was fine, and plopped down on the bed. The maid asked if perhaps something sweet would make her feel better. This time they had brought chocolate from abroad. How about melting it and drinking it? The girl, without even raising her head, muttered what she wanted. The maid bowed and said that she would go for him. then let him be patient a little. On the way, Anna said that she would run and find out if it was possible to dry the flowers. Helen added that she would go for chocolate. Let her check if the flowers that were used for the wreath were growing in the garden. The girl suddenly stopped and asked if there was any point in making a new one, since it reminded the little girl of her mistress. She really likes the wreath, and she wore it all day without taking it off. If that's the case, then there's no point in a new one. Suddenly, his lordship appeared and asked what they were doing there in the middle of the stairs. Isn't there a wreath of Leticia in her hands? The maid replied that it was true, but unfortunately, it would have to be thrown away. When asked why not make another one, Helen replied that the young lady tried to preserve it with all her might, as she and her mother had woven it together, and that she would like to revive the flowers with the help of magical power. The Archduke asked if she was hinting that he needed to revive them. The woman realized that how could an ordinary servant dare to tell him what to do? Their little girl is simply very sad to hear the news that the flowers in her wreath are wilting. The nanny thinks that she will be very happy if everything returns to its previous state. The man said to give him a wreath, muttering that magic was not really created for such trifles. When he left, Anna said that it seemed like he would just throw it away. What should they do now? But Helen replied that there was no need to worry. His lordship was a very kind man. After some time, Cassie sat silently looking at the wreath. Rupert carefully said that even if Helen says so, he thinks that there is nothing shameful in it. Listening to her, he will never be mistaken, because the woman has been working in the estate for a long time. The man muttered that he was going to call the Count to fix some children's toy. His magic is the complete opposite of healing, so all that remains is to call His Excellency. The baby is too vulnerable. She should be taught to be stronger. But I thought to myself that especially when you are a child of prophecy, you need to somehow survive among the aristocrats. Rupert thought to herself that she understood what he was talking about, because she felt anxious at the thought of this little girl growing up. A little later, Kyle irritably asked why she was always late. Because of her, they had to have a late dinner. Leticia apologized. Then the girl went into some room and began to cry bitterly, which was noticed by the Archduke, who thought that she had been crying for a week. After which he met with the Count and reported that it was necessary to revive this wreath. It is necessary to make it as good as new. The man answered that there is nothing complicated about it, but why? Cassie took it in his hands and said that apparently it would be necessary to repeat it again. It was necessary to revive this wreath. The Count was frightened by his expression, so he quickly began to explain that since the flowers were real, their revival was very short-lived. Sooner or later they would wither again. When asked if there was any way to keep them fresh, longer, the man replied that they could be placed in a glass dome. He started making glass when he has time to process it. He will be able to let magic inside. After some time, the little girl screamed that this was possible. The girl explained that the Archduke had done this for her. Helen added that if you leave the wreath under the dome, it will not wither soon. The only problem is that my lady won't be able to wear it, no big deal. The girl replied that no, she liked everything as it was. She should thank the Archduke. After which, she immediately ran to his office and said that she just came to say thank you for the wreath. Cassie noted that her mood has improved, so she can come back, just let her not open the dome. After she left, he muttered that she shouldn't cry anymore. It looked like she would have to help Count Duval a little in the glass business. Meanwhile, Dimitri turned to Raquel, who is the mentor of the eldest son of the Arden family. The boy asked what he would do for a child who was sad because he had lost something valuable to him. The teacher was very surprised that the young master was interested in someone's feelings. The man said that if it was about Mrs. Wreath, why not just weave a new one, since it was the cause of her sadness? After this conversation, the young man decided to do it himself, but it didn't work out very well. The ghosts laughed at the young man, and he asked them to stop. I thought to myself that because of some flowers, she could be happy or upset. It is necessary to try again. It is not worthy of being called a gift. Its task is to achieve the ideal. Dimitri really likes it when the little girl calls him Big Brother. When all the preparations were completed, the boy went to the girl, but she met him holding a flask with a wreath inside. When asked what it was, the little one replied that the Archduke had brought the wreath to life for her using magic. The young man congratulated her, since she had been very sad because of him in recent days, and our heroine asked in response why he had come to her. Dimitri replied that he thought she was still sad, so he wanted to read a book, but it seems he worried for nothing. He is glad that she is better. The girl objected that there was no book behind his back, so what was he hiding there? Seeing the wreath, Leticia exclaimed that he had really made it especially for her. The boy replied that he didn't know that his father had gotten ahead of him, so he was a little upset. It turns out that she no longer needs him, since everything is fine. But the little girl replied that no, she would now show him something, after which she ran towards the bed. Taking out some box, Leticia said that it was her treasure chest, and she would put it here. The boy muttered that they were so beautiful that his wreath could not compare with them. But the little girl objected that the elder was worried about her. That is why he gave such a gift. Therefore its place is among these things. After some time, Duvel thought about the fact that it seemed like it was not a minefield, talking about business, but why with the eldest son Arden? The boy said that in the glass business, they use the family name. He thinks they should add the word love to the name. Love, herbarium, Shasha. He came up with this nickname for the baby. It all started because of Leticia, and then it became popular. The Count wondered to herself where this family had come from, each of them asking to keep the flower rings made by the little one. There were rumors about their unusual demands on children, but looking at this atmosphere, it seemed that the girl made them happier, so he replied that he did not mind for their dynasty advertising, and investment had already brought benefits. After some time, our heroine received a letter from Bess, so she wanted her older brother to read it to her. She ran towards him and thought that the lesson would soon end, so she could wait near the exit. But suddenly she stepped on the hem of her dress, so she stumbled and fell on the grass. The letter that flew out of her hands was caught by Kyle, who declared that the owner was the one to whom it belonged. Our heroine asked if he was still sulking about the herbarium. She wove flower rings for Anna Helen, the Archduke, and Dimitri. As a token of gratitude for their gift of wreaths, Rupel had such a ring, so she decided to make them for the others too. As a result, it turned out that everyone except the boy received gifts from her. The little girl asked if he would calm down if she gave him the same one, but the boy objected that why would he need it since he had a mountain of jewelry rings. Our heroine replied that she was happy for him, and now he should just give her the letter back. The middle son exclaimed that if it was so important to her, then let him try to take it away. But when he was about to run away, he accidentally crashed into a young man. Dimitri asked why he was behaving so badly. Maybe he wanted to be treated the same way as Riley. The baby also received a letter from his mother, so why take it away from the girl? Kyle exclaimed that I had become uninteresting to him, so I ran away. Our heroine muttered that, as Anna says, he had started his teenage years. The guy said that he was just jealous of her, after which he asked if she had come for help in reading the letter. Without writing that it arrived in the southern region, Gregory Rose and other researchers also miss her. The love herbarium was accepted. Their baby became the muse of the product. The mother was very surprised to learn about this and was very happy to receive the wreath that she so carefully wove. Dimitri interrupted and said that her teacher was coming tomorrow. Did she know about it? Soon she will be able to answer her mother herself as soon as she learns to write. When he added that Kyle could do it at the age of 4, so she could too, Leticia exclaimed that he really knew the alphabet. The young man replied that yes, then handed her the letter, and said that he would keep his fingers crossed for her, let her give her all in the lesson tomorrow. The next day, the little girl was given comfortable clothes to wear to class, so that she would feel comfortable. Anna asked what she would like to learn. First, the girl answered that it was writing. Helen reported that the teacher who will arrive this time taught young gentlemen Dimitri and Kyle. She is sure that the little lady will be at ease with her. But upon seeing her, the little girl became very frightened and thought to herself that the maids were deceivers. The woman told Letty to come to her. How much longer will she hold on to her servant? The teacher had terrible eyes that looked straight into the soul, and this cane like a weapon is terribly scary. But the baby needed to learn to answer Bess, so she ran towards her. The teacher stated that the young lady would first have to start with the basic rules of etiquette. If you are a member of a noble family of the Lotus Empire, you are obliged to go out at least once. Isadora is an important figure in the aristocratic formation. She is the youngest daughter of the Count, who was nicknamed the Social Butterfly. Like other ladies, she married for convenience to the Marquis of Hendel. They had 3 children. The seed of a happy family hatched, but everything was not as smooth as it seemed from the outside. The woman was widowed. No one understood why she went to work as a teacher. Her manner is impeccable. It is not surprising that many want to accept her as a teacher for their children. Isadora thought to herself that this could really be that precious child, and that his lordship really wanted to introduce her to Soviet society. This little one is a child who will have to be taught everything from beginning to end. Our heroine wondered if she was really that clumsy, so she said that in fact she was doing fine with her gait. The teacher objected that ladies do not walk like that. Firstly, the width of the step is too wide. Secondly, when she steps, a loud sound is heard. Thirdly, one cannot hunch one's back so as not to cause a curvature of the spine. The girl belongs to the Arden dynasty. Her every movement must be graceful. How they will suffer with her. After which, she introduced herself and said that her name was Isadora Hendel, and that she was the one who would be responsible for her discipline. The little one exclaimed that they would manage, but she thought to herself that even though she looked creepy, she needed to be friendly with her. Then she would definitely learn to write. Then she asked when they would learn to write. She had recently read something from Bess and wanted to answer it herself as soon as possible. After which, she lifted her dress and said that her legs were strong enough and she could walk well. The teacher said that in order to debut at 16, one should learn etiquette from a very early age. Therefore, from now on, she needs to learn manners. As a result, she will not be despised in high society, and this will not spoil the authority of her family. Our heroine asked what it means to debut and why it takes so long to prepare for it. Isadora replied that the lady would be officially introduced as the daughter of the Arden family, and in addition, before her debut, she had to attend several events, so she should start now. The Archduke would be glad to see before him a young grace and not some mischievous, incomprehensible person. Leticia drooped and asked if her older brothers had also learned to walk. The woman replied that of course aristocrats in any situation should not lose their nobility. Since she would become the daughter of his lordship, she would have a lot to learn. When asked when they would learn to write, the teacher replied that as soon as she had mastered all the basic manners. After the little girl asked when exactly this would happen, Isadora replied that it would be in about 2 years. Then they began their lesson. The little girl walked back and forth around the room with a book on her head, learning to maintain her posture. I also studied a large number of devices in order to understand how exactly the dish brought should be eaten, to the point that even how to laugh correctly in order not to make a mistake in high society. During lunch, the little girl entered the dining room and calmly greeted his lordship, after which she walked to the table, sat down carefully, put a napkin on herself, and sat silently. After the meal, the Archduke immediately asked his assistant whether he had given her to the teachers too early. Rupel replied that the lady is already behind in her development classes, have been going on since she was 4 years old. Young Mr. Dimitri and Kyle also started at that age. Isn't that why Leticia stopped running all over the territory and became quiet? Cassie replied that indeed earlier at that time, she had already run to the lake to ride a boat. But now he doesn't go outside at all and says practically nothing. If a young man notices something unusual in her behavior, let her immediately report it to him. Suddenly, Dimitri entered the office and said that it was connected with the baby. He needed to tell them something about her. The little one has been acting strange lately. When she sees her older brother, she always greets him formally. Leti explained that Isadora told him not to call him little brother anymore, otherwise she would show disrespect. The young man noticed that in recent days she had completely stopped smiling. Therefore, Dimitri believes that etiquette lessons are not yet necessary for the girl. She began to seem too mature for her age. Everyone knows that the Marquise is a very strict teacher for a little girl. This is too much. The father objected that he had also been taught by her. The boy replied that yes, but Leticia was different. She was very kind-hearted. Cassie asked if he was suggesting not to teach her manners. If the daughter of the famous Arden family showed up to an event and didn't know even the most basic things, it would be a disgrace. The guy replied that the girl wanted to learn the alphabet from the very beginning, learn to read her mother's letters, and answer them. Maybe she should start learning this with Kyle instead of the current lessons. The young man then added that it was difficult for Letty to practice etiquette all day long. He overheard a girl asking if Bess wore a wig, tight dresses, and makeup. The woman replied that it was impolite to call the Duchess by her first name, and that she should be called Mrs. Arden. In addition, Mrs. Arden is special. People like her are very rare. The little girl replied that she wanted to be like her. Letty will also study at the academy, just like her. But the teacher objected that the lady could not study at the academy. She would be sent to a school for nuns. There, she will go through the lessons of marriage, learning everything that she was unable to teach her. And after she gets married, the Archduke will not send her to just any family. So she should work hard to become a worthy housewife in the future. Is it necessary for all girls she will enter high society, early losing her childhood because of criticism from the guys, and in the end, she will become someone's wife? The man sighed heavily and said that he would call his sister and ask her personally about the classes, find out what exactly she wanted to do. After which he asked whether the etiquette lessons were just as difficult for Dimitri. The boy replied that this was not so. Everything he had learned did not seem difficult to him, as he had told his mother, but why would the little girl need it? After some time, Cassie thought that he was almost done with work, and the girls' classes would also end soon, so he would be able to talk to her. But suddenly, a worried young man burst into the office and shouted the baby's name. Some time ago, the teacher told the girl that she needed to start over. She was already doing quite well. Now we can rehearse. Even if everything is not perfect, it is worthy of praise. But suddenly, the little girl declared that she was a wonderful dancer and flew down from the balcony. The teacher and the maid were completely horrified, but did not have time to do anything. Isadora is actually a very good person. She allows her to take breaks during classes, waits patiently for the information to reach her, and always praises her when she succeeds in something. However, the problem is that she will never be able to fit into the society that the teacher talks about. Feather-light steps, graceful finger movements, restraint necessary even at a young age. Is this really the only way to be loved? Isn't it too harsh? Baby isn't going to sit around like this her whole life, preparing for the perfect debut in 11 years. Once at the bottom, our heroine reported that she was not in pain and ran away. On the way, she shouted that they should know it. The girl was not going to go out into secular society, and she was not going to the nuns' school either. Cassie asked if she really disliked etiquette lessons so much that she didn't like dancing the waltz or using cutlery correctly. No matter how much she disliked it, jumping down was too much. When asked if she was hurt, the little girl replied that she was not, and immediately asked if the Archduke was going to marry her off to someone. The man replied that he was not sure that after something like that, a letter of marriage proposal would come. Letty said that she did not want to walk elegantly all day long in a monastic school without even having a normal meal. His lordship asked what in that case she liked what she would like to do. The little girl answered that it was carefree to run and have fun in the endless colors of the garden. Covering your face with a fan and saying, "Ho ho ho," is very boring. When she sees something funny, she wants to laugh out loud. She would also really like to learn how to write and send a letter to her mother. And she also really wants to be able to read. Why can't she go to an academy like her mother? Why does she need this monastic school? The man asked if anyone had told her that the girl was going to be sent there. Leticia replied that madam, and also the reason why she is in this family is because of her marriage with another dynasty. That is why they accepted her. Arden explained that the academy was too dangerous for her. He and Bess agreed on this. The girl asked if it was possible to at least skip the wedding training. Her father replied that she was still far from marriageable age. As for the academy, you can't enter it until you're 14. And besides, it's more difficult than etiquette lessons. When the little girl said that she still wanted to, the man said that this meant that starting next week, he would be attending foreign language classes. Our heroine exclaimed, "How about the etiquette lessons she liked? Madam, she doesn't hate studying with Isadora so much." His lordship replied that he understood what she was talking about. They would discuss it a little later. That was enough talk for today. Otherwise, he would catch a cold. Rupel immediately appeared and said that it was time to go to the room. Helen and Anna had probably already prepared water for taking a bath. The young man noted how many people she had made worry, and the Archduke asked what was going on with Miss Hendel. The assistant replied that she would have to rest for a while. She seemed to be in shock after what had happened. His lordship replied that he understood her even if it was the first floor, but surely no one had ever jumped in the middle of a lesson before. The young man said that there was no need to worry. The maids would definitely make the young lady personally apologize for what happened today. After some time, the little girl wondered if they were very offended by her. Standing in front of the door to the room where her teacher was resting, the little girl said loudly that she would like to apologize to her. After being allowed to enter, Leticia said that it was not that she did not respect Madame, so she suddenly ran away in the middle of class. She just realized that she did wrong, so she apologized. The woman reported that she had a conversation with the Archduke today about a recent incident. Did she run away from her classes because she found them disgusting? The girl exclaimed that of course, not, she just wanted to show that she really liked it. Isadora muttered that she thought that young ladies could only be pleased with society, to become everyone's favorite, to live a long and happy life. And for this, she must be inimitable in the eyes of the public. She will never forget what happened today. The lady behaved in a way that was very unbecoming of a member of the Arden family. Her speech was slurred. Her grace and elegance were not characteristic of a noble lady. But at that moment, the baby was very cute. She was just beaming with happiness. Although she had been educating her for less than a month, it was the most radiant smile the woman had ever seen. Social life is an important part of the life of any young lady in the Lodis Empire. But at the academy, things are different. This place is closed to them. It seems that Isadora understands the reason for such a fierce desire to enter the academy, so she will not interfere with it. The girl has obviously already made her final decision, so she will support her. This lesson in social etiquette ends, albeit briefly, but she tried hard. Our heroine bowed and thanked her for her understanding, after which she added that until next time they met. Then she ran to Cassie and asked for forgiveness for causing inconvenience again, and also a big thank you for listening to her. Suddenly, the man said to call him father. If Bess is her mother and Dimitri is her older brother, then shouldn't he be the dad? After officially being accepted into the family, she would definitely need to stop calling him Archduke. Soon everyone would know that she was part of their family. Leticia happily exclaimed, "Thank you, Daddy." After which she came to her senses and answered, "Thank you, Daddy." But his lordship said that she could call him whatever she liked. The next day, the little girl was humming a song, and Helen couldn't help but notice that she was very happy today. The little one exclaimed that she would finally learn to write first. She would write the name Bess, and then Helen and Anna. The maid said that at this rate, she would soon be able to read the second letter on her own. Since the girl was now going to learn to write, she hid it and did not open it. Then our heroine ran to class, but Kyle was not at all happy about her presence. Having brought Isadora, the little girl was surprised and asked if Madame would teach them classes. The woman replied that yes, Before the etiquette lessons, she was engaged in teaching children. But now she wants to find the right approach to her. She doesn't seem to be on the best terms with the second young master. Letty asked if it was necessary to study hard. At the first academy, the teacher corrected that in the elementary academy at years old, you enter there, you graduate. Then after about a year, you need to enter the Academy of Sciences. And for this, a lot of mathematical knowledge is needed. Skirmishes with the second young gentleman throughout the lesson will not help her. Plus, lately she's been constantly sleeping in class. Doesn't she get enough sleep at night? Our heroine answered that the thing is that lately she has been constantly having nightmares. The woman asked if she had told the Duke about this, but the little one objected that she did not want to cause inconvenience because he already had many worries. The teacher asked what inconvenience meant. His lordship told her something similar or something like that. Suddenly, a little gentleman burst into the room with an extremely displeased expression on his face. He immediately stated that there is a punishment for those who are not attentive in class and sleep during classes. Please let her sign it. Isadora objected that in fact, the consent of the Archduke still had to be obtained. It seems he has been caught several times already, trying to forge his father's signature. When the girl laughed, Kyle asked what was funny because it was a prank. The teacher asked them to calm down and said that since the young lady was present in class today, she should go and get Cassie's signature. The little one asked in what sense it meant that she had to go get permission for her own punishment. On the way, our heroine asked her brother to walk more slowly, but he said that if she had short legs, she should move them faster. Letty suddenly stated that his teacher also taught their brother. Dimitri said that in some cases, if you are close to your older brother, then you can call him. That the boy exclaimed that he knew without her. Already standing in front of the door, the guys began to argue about which of them should open it, each trying to push it onto the other. Suddenly, the doors opened, and a young man appeared, asking if they wanted to come in. He heard some sounds and looked out. Then he turned to the Archduke and said that the young lady and young gentleman wanted to visit him, after which he took the papers from them, handed them to his father, and said that Kyle had already said for the third time in a month that he wanted to become a brave knight like Cassie. The kid immediately exclaimed, "Why does a knight study so hard? He likes to control swords." But the girl thought to herself that it would be better to keep quiet. His lordship replied that there was nothing worse than the sword of an uneducated young man. Did he really think that his father had achieved such a position only because he swung his sword right and left? The boy was confused at first, but then replied that no, but the lessons were very boring. Arden asked if he thought things were different at the academy. Looks like he'll have to talk to Bess again about his admission. The young gentleman became frightened and immediately began to say that he would no longer mention this. He would go to the Academy of Sciences. After thinking for a moment, the little girl said that she was sorry calling the man Daddy. Kyle was completely shocked by the way she addressed him, so he asked her again what she had just said. The girl added that she would no longer sleep in class. Please let him forgive her. Cassie replied that it says here that she doesn't get enough sleep at night. Maybe her bed is uncomfortable. Our heroine immediately objected that no, she was very comfortable and was completely satisfied with everything. When the little boy looked at him with sad eyes, the father replied that there was no need to worry because he was not angry. He was just making sure that he was on the right path. If his heart tells him so, he should not sit still. And now they can take the papers and go. But suddenly he asked Leticia to stay as it was necessary to talk. The letter said that she suffers from constant nightmares and insomnia. According to her, she can't fall asleep until dawn. Isadora thinks that this will have a bad effect on the girl's education and emotional background, but she did not want to bother him with something like that. The little one thinks that she is causing him inconvenience, being a loyal teacher to the young lady. She simply had to report on the condition of her student. So the man asked when she started having nightmares, let her speak. No one will scold. When the girl answered that it was 3 weeks, the Archduke grabbed his head and muttered that he was her guardian and needed to know everything about her condition. Constant lack of sleep is very harmful to the body. If it continues for a long time, you need to call a doctor. His lordship does not like hearing about his daughter's condition from strangers. When Leticia apologized again, Cassie told her to stop. She had nothing to apologize for. He was very worried. She calls him daddy, so isn't he? A father worries about his children, so he asks, let the little lady tell her daddy what kind of nightmares she's been having. After some time, when Letty came out into the corridor, Kyle's voice was immediately heard, asking why she was so happy. Our heroine was frightened by the surprise and asked what didn't he have to go. If he skipped class, his dad would scold him again. Suddenly tears appeared in his eyes. The girl immediately began to ask why he was crying. Maybe he was upset about something. The boy muttered that he was not her father and then began to walk away. It was the family that took her in when she had nowhere to go. It all started with Bess, then Helen, with Anna, then brother Dimitri, and even the Archduke himself. She had a family from within. She was filled with emotions of joy. This is probably why she, without noticing it, became very greedy, and the interest and affection that others have for her will deprive the one for whom it is truly intended. She would be lying if she said she understood the feelings of a boy who had everything taken away in one day. While her world expanded for Kyle, it shrank. Letty completely forgot that this was not her place. Let him forgive her. After some time, our heroine sat down to write a reply letter to the professor on her own. Anna was delighted because Dimitri had just recently read them to her. Only a month had passed. The lady was probably a young genius. Everyone needed to be told about it. The little girl said that she would call her when she finished. The maid replied that okay, she would clean the corridor, let her call when needed. Suddenly, the little lady heard a loud ringing sound and realized that something had broken. Running into the next room, the little one saw that her capsule with the wreath was broken, and Kyle was standing next to it. The maid immediately shouted for the young gentleman to be careful, as they could get hurt. The little girl was indignant. Did he do it? The boy yelled in response that it was exactly like that. While the little one was asking why he was acting like that, the little one snatched the letter she was writing to Bess from her hands. Then he stated that these were not her biological father and mother. Who was she anyway to be a real daughter of the Arden family? After which, he began to tear the letter into small pieces right before her eyes. Anna exclaimed that the young gentleman should not behave like that, but the little one screamed that she was talking too much and should leave here immediately. When Leticia asked him why he broke the protective glass, Kyle yelled that he hated her. That's why he broke it. And if she found him disgusting, he should get out of here. Our heroine couldn't stand it, ran up to him, and punched him in the face with all her might, saying that he really was a scoundrel. His lordship came running to all this shouting and commotion and asked in confusion what was going on. The boy immediately had tears in his eyes and stunned. He asked if she had really just hit him. Then he turned to his father and said that she was hitting him and that it was very painful. The baby burst into tears in response and exclaimed that he got what he deserved. Kyle is the most disgusting person in this world. The boy asked why Leticia was crying at all, since it was she who hit him. The Archduke stood in complete confusion and thought that he simply could not live with these two crybabies. After some time, Rupel asked why a man in the Arden family could be so hysterical. The boy wants to be like the Archduke. Whining is not typical for him. The kid screamed in response, what does he even know about him? The guy asked why all he had been doing lately was crying loudly. Kyle exclaimed that he had been hit, to which the young man replied that he had started it by breaking the protective glass. In addition, he also tore up the letter the young lady had written so diligently. Yes, this does not justify the fact that she hit him, but let him understand that he also acted wrongly towards her. His lordship appeared in the room and told his assistant to leave them alone. The boy immediately began to complain that his face hurt a lot. She was beating the son of the Arden family. Let him scold her. The man said that his cheek was so red and swollen, he would definitely scold the girl. Those who dared to touch the second son of the Arden family will not escape punishment. He will have to flog her with rods. And if that is not enough, he will throw her out of the estate and send her to an orphanage. When Kyle fell silent in confusion, Cassie added that he didn't think he hated Leticia so much. No matter how much he loves his adopted daughter, he has only one way out. If his son doesn't like her, the man has already told her about it. Since according to him, it is simply impossible to live with her, then the girl will have to leave. The little gentleman asked worriedly where the little girl would go alone. The Archduke replied that he thought that since she was an orphan to begin with, she would go to an orphanage, since she had nowhere to return to. After which his lordship asked what he should do, whether to expel Leticia or not. A little earlier, the little one was crying because this Kyle not only ruined her wreath, but also took away her letter. The girl really wanted to send him to her mother. He is bad, just a real bastard. The man asked her not to cry because his son would definitely answer for his actions. Kyle deserves the most severe punishment. Let Leticia tell him exactly how to punish him. Perhaps the rod, or locking him in a room, or he can be sent for re-education for a few days. When the little one replied that she didn't like it, Cassie said that he would scold him, so that he would think carefully about his behavior. She could still come and express her opinion on this matter. When his father repeated the question of whether he was throwing the girl out, Kyle muttered that he just keeps hearing her name. Everyone likes her, and he is left alone. The Archduke apologized for making him feel this way. Everyone loves not only her. A man treats everyone equally. The man does not deprive anyone. The boy objected that the little one calls his father Dad. His lordship stated that it was because of this that he was like this, which also upset him. The kid replied that on his birthday they didn't praise the boy, seeing his awakening power, and he still didn't get a present, and the number of cookies decreased. In addition, there was a lack of evening snacks. Cassie replied that it was because he stopped brushing his teeth, but the little one objected that this was not true. Then the little gentleman pressed himself against him and said that there was no need to send her to the shelter. In fact, she did nothing wrong, but to tell the truth, he started it. Father said that it was not worth doing this because of his sadness. If the two of them could not find a common language, someone would have to leave the estate, and since he was a true son of the Arden family, it would be none other than Leticia. Kyle burst into tears again and began to beg her not to kick her out because he would not be naughty anymore. His lordship pressed the boy to himself and said that he would try his best to pay more attention to him. But the little one must go and apologize to his sister because the things he broke were the most precious treasure for her. Meanwhile, the little girl was worried that it couldn't be that the boy was really flogged with rods. The maid answered in confusion that she didn't know. Lady muttered that she was so stupid because she was the older sister, she had to be patient, and Kyle was still a child, but in fact, she was still a child too. Then she began to mentally ask him for forgiveness and think to herself that her behavior was childish, but she herself did not immediately understand it. Suddenly, a little gentleman appeared in her bedroom and quietly apologized to her. Our heroine thought to herself that she should also apologize. So she began to say that although he had hit her, the boy immediately interrupted her and said that she had hit him too. And anyway, the girl is here. Thanks to him, she should be grateful. The little girl's mood immediately changed, and the desire to ask for forgiveness disappeared somewhere. So she silently returned back to her maid, and the little one was indignant that she would not apologize. The carrot and stick method works very well with 5-year-olds, but Kyle's pride does not allow him to ask for forgiveness. In response to this, our heroine completely lost the desire to apologize herself. A little later, the girl happily met her older brother, who asked in surprise that she was still awake. The little girl replied that she was waiting for him. The guy heard from Anna that the boy broke the capsule on purpose. It seems she was very upset. Let her not worry, Dimitri will weave a new wreath. When she wants, not only he, but everyone in the estate will make it for her. When asked why Kyle couldn't be as kind, the young man replied that he didn't know, but he thought it was for the best. Dimitri just wants only him to like her, and only for him. The girl was so beautiful. Our heroine exclaimed that she also really likes her older brother. The guy is so nice, but Kyle is disgusting. He didn't even apologize properly. The young man asked if it might be worth ignoring him. He must be having a hard time right now, and apologizing won't fix anything. After some time, the boy asked if Leticia was still upset with him. When she turned sharply to leave, he immediately grabbed her by the hair to stop her. The girl screamed at him not to touch her, and added that she was not offended. Meanwhile, the other maids asked Anna whether the young ladies had accepted the young master's apology. The girl replied that she could not tell the baby spent the whole day in bed, having previously said that she did not accept his apology. Why does little Kyle dislike her so much? Why does he hate her so much? The maid exclaimed that on the contrary, she really liked it. The little one had been chatting only about her since the morning Anna asked why he had broken the glass with the wreath then. The assistant replied that she believed that the young master was acting this way due to a lack of attention. At times, it seemed as if he would do something irreparable. In fact, she was very surprised that the lady did not forgive. Knowing his character, the girl understands that she should not speak like that about someone she serves, but the boy is a real tyrant. But she is sure that when the baby grows up, he will become a real noble man. Another maid pushed her and said that she needed to stop reading those romance novels. Meanwhile, the young master was very angry and shouted why she did not accept his apology. The teacher said that he heard that this time he was scolded for breaking the young lady's things. The boy objected that he misheard. The man noted to himself that Kyle, like Dimitri, really liked the young lady. The young man said that she must have been very upset to see something dear to her broken. The mentor thought to himself that the master had become humane because of her. For the first time, he was so worried about someone. When the man muttered that he would be interested in at least one look at her, the youth replied that he did not need to know that. The boy continued to freak out, saying that he knew what he was doing, but she didn't give him a flower ring. From his father, from his brother, even from Anna and Helen, from Rupel, they all got them. She took everything from him, just like that, without even giving him a ring. The teacher replied that in that case, he was not able to study today, so he would write him a fine, after which he handed the little gentleman this note and told him to get a signature from Handel. On the way, Kyle thought about what was so special about this wreath. He could make 1,000 of them. If she had given him a ring, he wouldn't have done this. The girl treats him differently, only because she doesn't have his wreath. When he came to the greenhouse, the gardener asked him if he was looking for flowers in case he had an allergy. But the boy told him to choose the most beautiful ones for him. And when asked if he wanted to give them to the lady, he exclaimed that, of course not. The man asked him not to rip it so abruptly. It had to be done very carefully. He is just like Mr. Dimitri. It seems their young gentlemen are not very skilled in this. The kid asked what his brother has to do with it. The gardener explained that just recently, the young man had also made a wreath. The boy noted to himself that this was because she had given him a flower ring. The servant said that he could try making a flower ring instead of a wreath. It was much easier to make, and also rings are often used for confessions. Kyle yelled that he was not going to confess his love to her. Then the kid went to the teacher to have her sign the necessary paper, and he looked askance at our heroine, after which the young gentleman threw something on the table for her and quickly began to run away. Isadora immediately noted that this was a gift from him. How cute these kids are. It seems he really regrets what happened. Until he apologized to her properly. What did she even think about the ring? Our heroine replied that she would simply pretend not to notice his gesture. Meanwhile, Kyle ran into the dining room and told his brother that maybe he could make him a wreath too. The guy replied that he had never asked for such a thing before. The boy objected that he was his younger brother. Why was he being so cold to him? When the young man objected that he was imagining things, the little boy said that he would then also address him informally. When Leticia appeared in the dining room, the boy immediately noticed that his ring was not on her finger. The young gentleman did not understand why this was so. It was too big for her, or she did not like the flower why, so he quickly grabbed her hand and said that they needed to go outside for a minute. When asked why she was not happy with his gift, the little girl replied that she would wear it if he apologized. Kyle asked, "What do you mean? Hasn't he already apologized?" The girl replied that apologies are not gifts, but words doesn't she remember etiquette lessons. Who, where, and when did something wrong, having realized his actions? A person promises not to do it again. These are the words of Madame. How is it that she who began her studies later knows the basics better than he does? The flower ring is certainly beautiful, but she never heard the apology. If he does, he will wear it. The boy was taken aback by what she had told him and shouted that he would not apologize. He had things to do, so he had to go, and she would be sent to an orphanage. He wouldn't care about it. Leticia was indignant that she just wanted him to apologize as expected. Kyle shouted that he had already given her the ring. From that moment on, he would no longer talk to her. The little girl thought to herself that he was not so bad, he just didn't know how to apologize. But he would grow up to be a coward. She hoped that he would still become a wonderful young man. After some time, our heroine went to bed and was afraid that she would have nightmares again. But it didn't feel like a bad dream. The body was warmed by the sun's rays. Some kind of room appeared in front of her, and the girl did not understand where she was now. This place is different from the nightmares she had before. As if she had been here before, her arms and legs seemed bigger. There were some people next to her, a young man with blonde hair, and she immediately realized that it was her dad. On the other side sat a beautiful lady, and the little girl realized that she was her mother. There was also a grandmother, to whom she immediately jumped on her lap. Lady did not understand what kind of dream this was, perhaps the life she wants. But suddenly, a stranger appeared with a staff in his hand, who immediately began to whisper spells. All this immediately affected our heroine, and she began to feel as if she was suffocating. There was not enough air. The girl woke up suddenly in a cold sweat and screamed. This was not an ordinary dream. She had a feeling of déjà vu. Was he looking for her again? If something like this happens again, then she will die again, like in the past. Meanwhile, the emperor woke up and muttered that, as he thought she was alive. Where is this child of prophecy hiding from him at the moment? The little one thought to herself that she could tell Dad about this, but then the brothers would be in danger, like those children from the past. In any case, she was going to leave sooner or later. A little later, the maid came and said that she had no lessons today, what she planned to do. The little girl thought to herself that she needed to run, because they might end up in the place of those children. But out loud, our heroine said that she would simply stay at the estate today. She has already seen Anna and Helen, so she still needs to see her father and play with her brothers. The maid said that the weather is not very good today, so let him play in the castle and not be naughty. Then she went to the library and asked Dimitri what book he was reading today. The boy replied that it was about a once-fallen country, namely about Tyrian. After the capture of Rhodes, the country fell, and the dynasty of rulers was cruelly destroyed. The little one immediately remembered Helen's words that she hadn't seen such a hair color for a long time. It only appeared on those who had royal blood, after which she asked her older brother to tell her what exactly this country was like. The young man said that the current part of the territory of their empire once belonged to Tyrian. At that time, the empire of Rhodes was capturing more and more territories of countries with disproportionate speed. The conquest of the lands, according to the stories, took quite a long time, and only after its final fall did they become part of the Rhodes. Not much time has passed since then. Perhaps that is why it is not worth mentioning that country. It is like an unspoken rule. This is when it is forbidden to mention this story, and she will find out the reason when she grows up. Madam or father, and maybe even mother, will tell her about it. The girl thought to herself that she couldn't wait to grow up because they would have to part tonight, and asked where Kyle was now. After some time, she met him in the corridor and showed him his ring, which she put on her finger, after which she turned around abruptly and began to leave. The boy shouted that she really wanted to make him angry. Our heroine thought to herself, who else wants to anger whom actually she is here to show that she has forgiven him. Then she decided that this huge blanket would be enough for her to escape tonight. Also, take some food with you on the road. It should be enough for the first time in theory. After which, she came to Cassie. The man began to ask if she had had a nightmare again, if anything hurt, but the girl answered that she simply wanted to see him. The Archduke handed her a flower in a flask and said that this time it would not be so easy to break. Daddy gives it to her so that she won't be so sad about what Kyle did. The little girl replied that she was not offended by him and thanked him with all her heart. Before going to bed, the maids asked her if she really didn't want to be woken up at dawn. Leticia replied that she wanted to sleep longer. The maids replied that okay, then good night, they would see the young lady tomorrow. After they left, Letty immediately began to pull out from under the bed a prepared rope made of bed linen tied together, after which she hung it out of the window and safely descended down. Seeing that there was a guard on one side, she ran to the opposite side. On the way, the girl saw a coachman who was taking grass somewhere in a cart and quickly jumped into it. Finding herself near the train station, she jumped out of there, and the ring that Kyle made for her fell off her finger. Having noticed the ticket office, the girl was glad that she had finally found it. A man immediately looked out from there and asked if such a little girl had really come here alone. Leticia answered that yes. The cashier muttered that it was dangerous for someone of her age to go to such places alone, but he thought to himself that she looked like an aristocrat. The little one replied that everything was fine. She often came here with her mom and dad. They asked her to take something. When asked where she needed to go, our heroine answered that she was going to the very end, to the last station. The ticket collector was surprised that the final stop was Nostarian. Was she really going there? The little one replied that yes, let him give her a ticket, after which she put a coin in front of him. The cashier replied that he would give her a first-class ticket and she would get there without incident. When the little girl thanked him, the man told her to be careful. But he thought to himself that the girl was from a noble family, and he couldn't send her away like that. A little later, the little girl had already managed to drink tea and sleep, and thought about how much time had already passed. From time to time, she woke up and fell asleep again, until it was announced that they had arrived at Nostarian Station. The sky she saw at dawn, when leaving on the train, was completely different from the current one. Finally, seeing the blinding orange sunset, she realized that she had arrived at the appointed place. The little one looked around and thought that everything around was so unfamiliar. Now she was left completely alone and involuntarily burst into loud sobs. A man immediately approached her and asked what had happened. The girl replied that she was all alone here and without a roof over her head. The stranger said he didn't know what happened to her, but Nostarian wasn't the best place to escape. On the outskirts of the empire, chaos reigns, and crimes are committed. The most dangerous criminals and villains from all over the world have gathered there. Leticia thought to herself that they would definitely not come here, so she replied that everything was fine with her. Suddenly, he hit her on the head and exclaimed, "What the hell, she hasn't seen much. Let her stop talking nonsense. It is necessary to listen to the old man, because he knows what is best. Let him return home." To his surprise, the little girl screamed loudly that she didn't want to. She thought to herself that how could he possibly understand why she came here? She really wants to live with her family, but what if they die because of her? The man replied that she was a very stubborn child. It would soon get dark, so they needed to look for a place to spend the night. Let her go with him. Meanwhile, the Archduke was reading a letter from his beloved, who wrote that the priests of the Vatican, just like her, were in favor of Leticia's admission to the academy, where the emperor would not get her. Now she is at the place where the demon first appeared. Everyone says that these are just fairy tales, but she doesn't think so. It is perfectly clear that Emperor Raupiltan, having received magical powers that no one but the royal family of Tyrien can possess, created an empire under the patronage of a demon. No one knows about the origin and appearance of His Highness. The times came when magic began to gradually disappear. The search for the first princess, born with the help of magical power. What does the princess and the child of prophecy have to do with all this? She will return back when she finds out everything. The woman misses them very much. She asks him to take care of their children. Suddenly, a cry came from the corridor, which said that trouble had happened. They could not find the little lady. When Cassie asked why Anna had not deigned to at least once look into her bedroom at night, the girl replied that in the past, she had always looked in because she was tormented by nightmares. But yesterday she said that she wanted to sleep longer. His lordship came to his senses and thought to himself that it was not the time to blame others, that it was his fault, after which he ordered a search party to be sent out to search every corner to collect all the available information about the little one. After some time, he noted that she had escaped through the window and had also taken her things with her, so it all had been planned. The assistant said that she was still very little, so she probably couldn't have run far. His lordship replied that he could not even imagine that his 5-year-old child would run away from home. Why did she run away and alone? Rupiel exclaimed that he understood that he was worried, but he needed to control himself, otherwise, Dimitri and Kyle would worry too. But it was already too late. Boys appeared in the office and asked if the girl had really run away from home. The eldest son said that if they were going to search, they should take him too. Yesterday, a cart left from them late at night. It was heading to the city center. When asked how he knew this, the boy answered that a spirit had come to him. Yesterday he thought that he would as always start bothering him over trifles. But the ghost knew where Letty was, and the boy did not take his words seriously. The father replied that it was not his fault. They would definitely find the baby. There was no need to worry. She would return home soon. Then the assistant took the children and told them to wait with him in another place. After this, his lordship personally went out to search. He tried his best and asked passers-by. Conrad noted to himself that this was the first time he had seen him like this, and all because of a child who was not even his own. Suddenly, the man announced that he urgently needed to go to the train station. Upon arrival at the scene, he immediately noticed on the ground a flower ring that the girl had been wearing yesterday. He immediately picked it up and thought to himself, why did she come all this way here? Suddenly, the station workers noticed the presence of his lordship and asked how they could help him. Cassie asked if they had seen a little red-haired girl here. She looked about 5 years old. The cashier raised his hand and replied that he had seen her. She looked exactly like she came from a noble family and said that she needed to carry out an order from her mother. When he added that the little girl had bought a ticket to Nostarion, the kids were completely horrified. How could he send a child there alone? Does he even understand what he did? The ticket seller muttered that he had simply sold her a ticket to the farthest stop in the empire. He had not even thought that this was their child. Conrad was indignant. What difference does it make whose child it is? How could you sell a ticket to a little girl in Nostarion? Everyone knows that this is a lawless place. After which he exclaimed that all the culprits must be executed, because this is a violation of the law. His lordship said that they would immediately send her there. First, they had to find her and then punish the culprits. Meanwhile, the old man brought our heroine to the church and told her how this child ended up in such a dangerous place. Let him allow this little one to spend the night with them today, and tomorrow he will send her back home. When Leticia objected that she was not going to go back, the man hit her on the head again and exclaimed that she should go to sleep and see him tomorrow. The guy said that Grandpa was right. This is a very dangerous place. No matter what happens, running here is reckless. Her parents are probably very worried now. The girl will spend the night in the church today. She is probably very hungry, so she needs to have dinner. The old man shouted after her that he would not force her to return home, that she should not think that he was some kind of nasty grandpa, that she needed to rest from the journey. Our heroine thanked him and came up to him holding out a heart-shaped pendant. The man was indignant. What kind of child does she really think that he is worried about money? She clearly stole this thing from the house. let her return it to its place, or use it for further stay here. At dinner, the young man asked where she came from. The little one answered that from outside the capital. The priest noted that it was quite far. Maybe it would be better for her to go home tomorrow. As that grandfather had said, her parents would be very worried about her. Leti replied that she had no parents. Anyway, she was not going to stay in this church. She needed to think about what to do next. In the meantime, can she stay here for a while? She has money to pay. The young man replied that money was not needed. This place was available to everyone who needed God's help. This is the power of the one they serve. There is an image of their God hanging on the side. Our heroine noted to herself that it seemed that she was the one she saw in her dream. Suddenly, a red-haired boy appeared in the dining room and asked who had come to see them. After some time, the girl shook out all the jewelry she had from her bag onto the bed and thought that this should be enough. Then she took the flask with the flour that her father had given her and lay down to sleep. But she was upset by the memories of her father that came flooding back, so tears came to her eyes. A little boy looked into her room and said that the priest thought she might get cold, so he brought a blanket. Noticing the tears, Alta asked why Titi was crying. The girl was surprised. What kind of Titi? The little one explained that it was from her name Leticia. When he sat down next to her, the girl asked whether he had also run away from home, or whether he was the son of a priest, and how long he had been there. The boy replied that since birth priests cannot marry, so he simply stayed to live in this place. Even though he was 6 years old, he said that when he grows up, he can become a cardinal. Our heroine asked who he was. The boy replied that he didn't know. Probably some respectable person. When asked why she was crying, the girl replied that she simply thought that after she escaped, everyone would be looking for her, so she felt a little ashamed. Alta asked why she ran away. Then the little girl irritably replied that she just wanted to. That's all. Then he took the flask in his hands and said that this fiery flower merged with her hair and also looked like it. The little girl said that this was a gift from her father and that this plant is one of a kind. The boy exclaimed that then he should keep such a treasure with him, maybe even lock himself in the room for safety. Now it's time for him to go, otherwise the priest will scold him, and she should also go to bed. Behind the door, the little boy thought that she was so good. How could she be so sweet? The next day, Alta suggested that our heroine go to the village. The priest allowed it. But first, the kids need to eat well and then do their own thing. The little one explained that according to the priest, their church is quite poor, so they have to eat only potatoes. When the little girl began to mumble that she could give him the jewelry so that he could buy food, the young man said that he would not give it. After some time, when they were running down the street, the girl asked if it wasn't dangerous here. The little one replied that during the day it wasn't at all. Then he introduced her to his friends, who started asking a bunch of questions like why she was so white. She was clearly not local. Alta replied that she was from the capital. They came here to play a little and then go back. Then they started playing one of the games. Leti thought to herself that this was like a game from her past. She needed to remember how to throw them. Only after she tried it, she remembered that there was something like that. A feeling of déjà vu appeared. When the lunch bell rang, the boys suggested that they play some more after lunch, but the boys replied that they needed to help their parents. The kid replied that then it was okay. Let them come to their church for bread. Suddenly, the girl saw someone and froze, so her friend accidentally bumped into her. It turned out to be his lordship, who finally managed to find the girl. Our heroine looked at him in amazement and could not believe that it was he in front of her eyes. A little earlier, the Archduke asked Conrad what he should do if something happened to the girl. The guy exclaimed that there was no need to think about such things. There was still a long way ahead. It would be better for him to sleep, and then they would find his daughter. Cassie replied that he had a premonition that something would happen. He could sleep, but his lordship would not succeed. The assistant said that everything would be fine with Milady. It was necessary to think positively, which is what he advised him to do. After some time, they arrived at the last station of the empire, Nostarian. They were met by the same old man, who stated that they were aristocrats and were not by any chance looking for a little girl here. When the young man asked if he wanted a ransom for her, the grandfather replied that what ransom, he just wanted her to be taken back home. That's why he asked. She is still very little. She doesn't know how dangerous it is here, and she still bought a train ticket. He told her to go back, but she screamed that she didn't want to, and even lied that she didn't have a family. The man has no idea why their precious daughter ran away from home, but let them take her home quickly. It is dangerous to be here. He took her to church. When Alta asked who this man was, and if he was stalking her by chance, the little girl replied that it was her dad, and she needed to talk to him a little. As the little girl passed by, she thought to herself that seeing her terrifying father made it clear why Titi had run away. Cassie began to ask what had happened, whether he had offended her somehow, or her older brothers. Perhaps she was lacking something, but the girl answered that no. The Duke asked why she had run away from home, then whether she had thought about the people she was dear to, whether she knew how many were waiting for her return home. Our heroine didn't know what to answer him, so she quietly muttered one word: "Forgive me." Dad replied that he should ask for forgiveness. The man became too emotional. He did not want to scold her, he was just very worried. The others are also worried. They can discuss the reasons why she ran away here later, but first, it is necessary to return home. The girl screamed that no, in that case, absolutely everyone would be in danger. She remembers how she died in the past, so she is not an ordinary child. The baby doesn't remember in detail who exactly she was, but she knows for sure that she died the year she came of age. Although she looks like a child, now her soul is the same. She still has some memories of the war. In addition, the person who killed her in her past life is trying to do it now. That man lives in the capital of the empire. They met in a dream, and at that moment, they learned about each other's existence. That's when she understood everything. The stranger is very strong and has terrifying power. If she continues to stay in the Arden family, there will be trouble, so she wants to stay here. The Archduke realized that she believed that their dynasty was in danger, but it was not her concern because he had decided to accept the baby into the family. They brought her to their estate for protection, and he became her father. Wasn't she the one who said that Arden were her loved ones, and then asked if she would have abandoned them if she had known that danger was threatening? Leticia exclaimed that of course not, but wasn't he angry with her since the little one turned out to be not a child at all? Cassie asked why she was angry to him. She seemed like just a child trying to act like an adult. As he said, from the moment they brought her to the estate, the man accepted her despite all sorts of risks. Seeing her tears, Alta decided that she'd been offended in some way, so he wanted to rush to help, but the priest tried to stop him and asked him not to pay attention to him. His lordship then handed her the flower ring and said that she seemed to have lost it. After some time, Cassie asked where all the other priests were. The guy replied that His Holiness had called for a meeting, so they left for the capital. Then his lordship glanced at the boy and said that he knew everything about this child. The young man replied that it was not yet time for his sake. All the local priests had risked their own lives. The Archduke asked whether they had not yet heard about Leticia from the government. Let him not worry about the Marquise's son. They have the same enemy because this girl is the child of prophecy. When the priest exclaimed, "In what sense?" Cassie reported that she was found after a meteorite fell. It seems that raising such children is becoming a tradition. This boy is undoubtedly the child of the Marquis of Crua and his wife. This family died at the hands of the emperor about 6 years ago. The child of the Marquis will help fulfill the will of the child of prophecy. It states that if the child becomes a cardinal, he will return the former glory of the church. Despite all attempts to hide this from the emperor, who eventually declared the family traitors and executed them. However, no one could even think that the fourth child would be able to survive. The Archduke did not understand how the girl managed to come here. Was it really God's power? After which he said that he thought that upon seeing the child, the emperor would immediately understand that it was from the Marquis. The guy replied that they just needed to hide him Until the coming-of-age ceremony, he was more concerned about Leticia, the child suddenly adopted by Cassie. After the meteorite fell, his lordship asked if he proposed to leave the baby here, but this was Nostarian. The young man replied that as long as Alta was here, there was no danger. And moreover, the emperor was not at all interested in this city. He might not even come here because of the tomb of the Tyrian royal family. Cassie replied that the baby would return to the Arden estate. It was a dangerous place. He could give him a lot of excuses for this. The man was not going to hide Leticia. They had already discussed this with the Holy Father. When asked why he had come to collect her personally, his lordship replied that she was his daughter. Meanwhile, Alta was telling the little girl that he was very sorry that she had to leave with her father. When tears came to his eyes, the girl asked him not to be so upset, but the little boy objected. How could he not do this if she was leaving forever? Leti said that she could come again by train, or let him come to her, but the boy replied that he could not leave the city. Our heroine replied that she would then come to him, since there was no other way out. The boy exclaimed that he would be the best boyfriend for TT. This is the man who loves the girl the most, his friends told him. So the little girl objected that her mom and dad love her the most. The Marquise's son said that he was the one who loved her differently. When the little one exclaimed, "Okay," Alta said that he was now Titi's boyfriend, and she was his girlfriend. The kid added that he actually liked her at first sight, which is why he promised her. Our heroine replied that she also liked him from their very first meeting. Alta asked if he could kiss her on the cheek. That's what people do when they like each other. The girl thought it was something like what Bess did, so she agreed, and the boy immediately kissed her. When the little girl was about to do the same, his lordship suddenly grabbed her by the cheeks and hissed that it was still too early. After some time, the little one waved goodbye to her and told her to write them letters and not to forget her promise. The little girl also waved her hand in response, after which she thanked them for everything and wished them all the best. Cassie told her right away that at her age it was too early to start a relationship. No one just kisses like that. Leticia asked why then it turns out she can't kiss her mom and dad and her brothers. But his lordship replied that mom and dad were allowed. Then he sat down so that she could kiss him on the cheek. Meanwhile, the maid was thinking that their little lady must be very cold there alone. When they entered the estate, Rupel immediately shouted that Leticia had returned and that everyone should run here. The first to come running were the assistants, who immediately began to hug her and ask if she could imagine how scared they were. Then her excited older brother came running to her shouting where she had been, why she had run away without even saying anything. After the little girl asked for forgiveness, he told her to promise that she would never do that there again. Helen said that she could not imagine how worried the young master was. Kyle didn't even leave his room, and Rupel cried a couple of times while working. The girl replied that she understood that she had acted badly and that she would not do it again. After some time, Kyle came into her room with a toy on his back. Then he handed it to her and said that this was his favorite teddy bear and that if she fell asleep with it, she would not have nightmares. After which, he added that he asked for forgiveness because he was wrong. He is really sorry that he broke her favorite herbarium. She did not want to play with him at all. That is why he is here. He also apologizes for telling her to leave. He didn't think she would actually do that. Kyle will give her flower rings every day. Let her not run away and not go to an orphanage either. He will be kind to her. Our heroine felt a little awkward, since in fact, she didn't run away because of him. She also asked him for forgiveness out loud, since she didn't want to hit him, and thanked him for the teddy bear. The boy asked if she would leave. Now the little girl clarified that he had really been so worried. The little one replied that of course, even though he didn't like her very much, that didn't mean she was disgusting, and that she should never run away from home again, and also behave well, then he wouldn't make fun of her. After which he asked if he could read to her. The girl said that she was afraid of the dark, so he would read until she fell asleep. He even started feeding her candy, telling her to eat while he started. The next morning, Leticia opened her eyes and saw a boy next to her, so she thought that he was definitely his dad's son, also handsome. If Dimitri looks more like his mother, then Kyle looks like his father. Suddenly, the baby opened his eyes and was taken aback by the fact that Letty was lying next to him. Then, for some reason, he screamed that she was ugly. As he rushed past the maid, Anna asked how he slept last night. He slept so soundly with my lady that she did not wake them up. The boy apparently fell asleep since he was very worried. Our heroine immediately became angry at such treatment and shouted that she still hated Kyle. During tea, the elder brother said that he heard that she went to Nostarion all alone. Wasn't she scared? Maybe someone was especially memorable, or she misses someone. But she answered that no. The baby only misses her mother. She wasn't the least bit scared because the priest and Alta were with her. When she added that he had the same red hair as her and that the boy was her boyfriend, Dimitri dropped the cookie from his hands. The baby explained that they promised each other that he would be her boyfriend and she would be his girlfriend. He is quite handsome, like a rose. The guy asked, what is more beautiful than her brother? Does she like Alta more, or what? Leticia replied that no, Alta is her boyfriend, the one who loves her the most, and he is her older brother. Dimitri objected that he would not allow such a thing. He is not Leticia's boyfriend, and she will soon forget who he is. The little girl objected that they had already promised each other. She even kissed him. The young man was shocked that their little girl already needed a boyfriend. When did she even have time? When our heroine realized that the situation was getting tense, she immediately ran up to him and kissed him on the cheek, saying that he was her favorite brother. Suddenly, Kyle appeared, who immediately began to reach for the cookie. His brother objected that he was forbidden to eat it. He had to brush his teeth before going to bed. The boy replied that he had already promised his father that he would brush them so he could eat it. But this ugly thing, on the contrary, needs to eat less. Her younger brother will take care of her. Dimitri asked him to stop fooling around, and Kyle asked, isn't school starting now? When he goes back to school, the ugly girl will be forced to stay alone, since he only comes to see them twice a month. She has no friends at all, so the boy will play with her. Suddenly, the older brother asked the little girl if he wanted him not to go anywhere, but to stay at the estate. The little one tried to object that it was time for him to go. Dimitri explained that he actually took a break to spend more time with them. He discussed it with his father the other day. There are only 2 years left until graduation. He just took a vacation for himself. Our heroine was happy, but asked if her brother didn't want to finish school early. The guy replied that there was no need to worry. It was not in his plans, since he had something to do. For example, go to school with Letty. Of course, by that time, he will almost graduate, but he will still look after their girl so that no one offends her. The boy exclaimed that they were really going to go to school without him. He would also go with them. When it was already dark, Anna said that it was time to say goodbye. Their Leticia needed to sleep, and they also needed to get ready for bed. On the way, the younger one asked if his brother really wasn't going to school. He answered that yes. Kyle was surprised that it was all because of that ugly woman or something. Dimitri replied that he does not understand why he calls Letty that way. No matter how you look at it, she is very beautiful. The little boy exclaimed that he just liked being a bad boy. The older one advised him to be with himself and stop pretending. Since when did he decide to go somewhere with him and his father? The guy is not a fool and understands that he was worried about the baby. After some time, our heroine complained that this scoundrel continued to call her a radish. The maid replied that the baby was simply very happy to see her return, but the girl objected that she didn't think so. Little Mister is a real hooligan. Don't worry, she's the most charming girl in the world. Kyle probably just hasn't realized it yet. Leticia thought that before he pretended that she didn't exist at all, but now he comes every morning to check if she's in the room. Time flew by unnoticed. Summer came with hot rays of the sun. And then autumn came. Red leaves replaced green ones, they fell, and frost lingered on the branches. She will never forget the feeling she experienced when she first saw snow falling in the Arden family. After some time, Letty ran to the maid and shouted that she heard that her mother had sent a gift, so she could not sit and wait. A woman sent her some candy and asked her to tell her what kind of snowman she had made. The little one decided that she should send a return gift. What should she do this time? Anna suggested taking a photo of everyone together and sending the picture to the lady. My lady became taller by as much as 2 of her fingers, so she thinks that Bess will be happy to see this in the photo. After some time, the woman received the photo and was surprised how she got them all to take a photo together. Then the professor decided to sit down and read the letters to find out how everyone's week had gone. Kyle wrote that he misses her very much. This ugly woman continues to irritate him. His brother even took a break from school and plays with her without him. Of course, the boy still makes fun of her. He hopes that his mother will come soon and take care of her, but there is no need to hurry since she has an important task. And what about Sauron? The girl said that she was going to go there. He hopes that she will allow him to go with her to her mother. He's already 6 years old. Now he can ride the train himself. Even the ugly one has already gone to Nestarian herself. The woman wrote back that she understood him perfectly. She also missed them very much. But coming to Sauron alone was a bad idea. And also there was no need to call the baby ugly, as it was tactless. The next letter was from Dimitri. The guy asked how things were going with the excavations. A couple of days ago, he was invited to a competitive conference between scientists from different countries. For the first time, he felt the full significance of the medal he had received for winning, while the girl was rejoicing for him. The little girl was rooting for him and showing off her class. It's just sad that she's growing up so quickly, and even sadder that soon her chubby cheeks will disappear. Finally, he understands how hard it is for her to work in another country now, but he has one request. Could she send some grated chocolate or some chocolate with barley and chicory, which is only produced in Sauron? Of course, special packaging is needed to send such chocolate, but he will be very grateful to her. He only asks that she send it to him personally and not to Dad or Kyle. After that, he will feed Letty with it. That's all. Let him take care of himself. Mom thought to herself that her son really loves the baby very much. The next letter was from the Archduke, who wrote that during her absence, she did not become boring, but still she was missed. They say that Sauron's sunlight is like a curse. Let her be careful and remember that it is always with her. Bess kissed the letter and thought to herself that its laconicism was no match for the waters of other people's speeches. In this picture, Mr. Riley is smiling widely. When he sees the baby even during the photo, he didn't want to let her go, so he had to send this picture. By the way, he named her Tika. This is his second word. After his mother, the face of the Archduke should have been seen at this site. The girl herself wrote that she loves her very much more than anything in the world. Therefore, she misses her very much and is waiting for an answer from her. Let her take care of herself. Suddenly, a student burst into her office and said that she needed to go see what they had just found. Bess remembered the words that he who thirsts for the stars, the sacred place for the gates of the night, which will open again at the rising of the new sun, and all that is divine will become corruptible. When the girl asked if she knew what it was, the woman replied that it was a door. Meanwhile, Kyle asked if the ugly girl knew when her birthday was. The babe replied that she didn't. The boy exclaimed that she was silly, then he would appoint it. It would be the day when she first appeared in their house. Lady objected. That isn't it? His birthday. The baby replied that yes, when someone asks about her day, she should answer that it is the same as Kyle's. Our heroine noted to herself that she had never thought about her birthday before, but after all, it is the day when a person is born. She met Bess on the day she hatched, so shouldn't that be the day Leticia should consider hers? Now the little one thought about how children are born. Even having collected all her memories from her past life, she still cannot understand. Hatching from an egg is strange. Before the emergence of the Empire of Rhodos, the deity Orga of the continent of Ortea, where a variety of peoples lived, originally had a non-human appearance, but the appearance of a huge dragon. Ortea is the first land created by God, which received a blessing on it. He left 5 descendants who in their time founded 5 dynasties. They were all called Lodis, Tyrien, Altarion, Avalon, and Dayar. The rulers and descendants used the magic given to them, in the name of the country, organized annual festivals to express gratitude to the ancestor. Over time, many inherited their blood. New dynasties arose, old ones disappeared from history. But even after thousands of years, these 5 dynasties managed to survive under the protection of the deity. Having finished her story, Isadora asked if everything was clear or if there was anything else that needed to be explained. The little one replied that, of course, by the way, her daughters live in Avalon and Dr and have married princes. When the teacher answered that it was true, the little girl asked if they would then become queens. The woman explained that since this was a principality, they would become loyal servants of the future emperor. Then the girl decided to ask how her daughters were born, hatched from eggs, or in some other way. Isadora replied that she thought it was too early for her to know about this, but she would tell her in more detail at the next opportunity. After the lesson, she went to Cassie to report the training plan. Progress is fast, so from next week, she plans to report on the reputation and relationships of nobles of the Rhodos Empire and nobles of the Altarian Empire. His lordship replied that he understood everything and asked if there were any further questions. The woman replied that my lady was asking strange questions. She looked nervous and asked what it was like when her daughters hatched from the egg. Although she is still small, the wrong idea about birth must be corrected, as well as with the knowledge about the death of parents. If they were trying to hide it from her on purpose, he doesn't dare tell them. But he speaks about it not only as a teacher but also as a mother of 3 daughters. He should tell her everything so that it doesn't shock her in the future. Cassie asked if she remembered what he had said, then entrusting her with her training, that a man was not going to make a socialite out of his daughter. She will enter the academy. Of course, it will be bad to leave her on the street after losing her parents. That's exactly what he said. The teacher replied that she remembered, and in addition, my lady said that she was special. Suddenly, the man announced that the girl had actually hatched from an egg. She had not lost her family in an accident. It had happened on the day of the meteorite fall. The baby is the child of prophecy. The woman asked that if it was true, why was he telling this so easily to a stranger? Arden replied that she would not speak of this to the emperor, and besides, she was responsible for the education of his daughter, and it seemed to him that she was close to them. After which, he added that she should take Leticia's side. The woman muttered that her daughters did not have such powers. The man replied that it didn't matter. He just needed someone who would be on their side. He had enough of his own people, and inside this mansion there was no one with evil intentions, but such could follow her. Isadora replied that she knew about his hatred for the emperor. It was just funny she had dedicated her whole life to the imperial circle of the Lodis aristocracy, so he could not know how she felt about them. Suddenly, his lordship declared that they were already aware of the death of the Marquise Gendel. The woman objected that he had simply fallen ill and died. Cassie began to tell how everything had happened. Rupel reported that in the imperial palace, an autopsy was carried out on all the bodies of deceased nobles, whether it was a soldier who died in an accident or a suicide. The man said that the emperor had become suspicious of the dead because of him, and the assistant continued that the autopsy of the Marquis showed that he had been pierced with a long needle in several places on the acupuncture points of his body. Gendel was a supporter of the emperor and exploited his servants, and there were also rumors that he intended to sell his daughters to him. Now the autopsy records have been destroyed, and they will wait for an answer from her. After some time, the Archduke said that Madame told him that she had asked about the birth of her daughters and whether the answer had satisfied her. The little one answered that yes, she understood that children do not hatch from eggs, just in case she asked her brother about this, but he also answered showing in the book Letty is just wondering if there are others like her, and in general, who her mother is. Was she generally as happy when the girl was born, since she did hatch from an egg after all? Cassie stated that he could not answer anything on this matter. On the night of the meteorite fall, she hatched from an egg that fell to the ground. Those like her usually have neither a mother nor a father. The little girl became upset and muttered that she could also ask Bess, but the man objected that she also had no idea. After which, his lordship asked why this question interested her at all. The girl responded that Kyle, without permission, chose her birthday the same day as his. So she became curious whether she had really hatched from the egg on that day. After which she asked when her real birthday was. Her father answered that it was the 15th of March. When he added that it was the first time the three of them had met, the little one exclaimed that hadn't she hatched before meeting her dad? But the man replied that on her birthday, not only her mother was there, but also her father. After this conversation, she immediately went to Kyle and said that her birthday was on March, but the boy objected that no, it was the same time as his. Our heroine didn't understand why he was such an annoying guy, but it was still normal, which is not the case now. Then she screamed that she didn't want it that way. She was against it. They had different birthdays. Hers is March. The Kyle's birthday is just his birthday, understandable or not. The boy asked why she didn't want to have them on the same day. The little one replied that she had already made arrangements with her father. The little gentleman shouted at her to get lost. Then Leticia replied that she was going to anyway. After she left, the baby immediately went to the bed and began to get some book from under the pillow. Then he began to furiously tear its pages into small pieces. The maid asked him to stop because he could accidentally cut himself. Rupel had been trying for so long to find this book to buy. His mom and dad, and the whole family in general, respect books, and immediately asked what happened. The boy shouted that they say that people born on the same day will have a marriage made in heaven and will love each other immortally. Then he fell on the bed and started to get hysterical that this ugly woman had a birthday on a completely different day. And with that guy named Alta, she's fine. When Kyle told her that she had to go to such a dangerous place with him, she replied that everything was fine. He was next to her. Plus, she also said that he is her boyfriend. Why doesn't she want the same birthdays? Thus, his maid passed through the most difficult test that ever befell the Arden estate. The boy believed in a fairy tale he made up himself, but failed. In fact, the baby's favorite is her older brother Dimitri. Even the guy she saw, so to speak, briefly overtook Kyle. It turns out that their little master has taken a strong liking to Leticia, after which she said that there was no need to be so sad. Not all was lost had he tried to confess his feelings to her. The kid asked what the point was. Absolutely nothing would change. The girl wondered whether she could say such a thing to a 6-year-old child, but still asked if he wanted Milady to love him. When he answered that, yes, the maid said that then she needed to be kinder to her time after time. He constantly pulls her hair and shouts. The girl clearly does not like this. The little gentleman shouted that she often talks about her boyfriend, and this really irritates him. The maid, at first, thought that she had misheard, that Milady already had a boyfriend. After which, I realized that this was clearly not the end. My husband was better than some guy. Just like the lady and the Archduke, they are husband and wife, so they love each other very much. The little one asked if she wanted to tell him that he had a chance to marry her, like mom and dad. When the girl replied that yes, the boy muttered that he wanted to become her husband. The maid objected that desire alone was not enough. Her heart had to be won. A romantic confession, a gift made with love. This is also important, but most of all, girls like friendly and caring men. And if he is also capable, then there is % success. When fire immediately appeared in Kyle's palm, the maid exclaimed that fires clearly had nothing to do with this. Then the little boy thanked her for the advice and asked her not to tell his father that he had ruined the book. After which, he handed over a luxurious brooch and said that this was her payment. The girl objected that it was not necessary, but he insisted. Walking along the corridor, the girl thought about the need to inform about such an expensive gift their young gentlemen have been spending too much lately. Upon seeing her, the butler immediately asked if Kyle had given her anything again. The maid replied that he had given her a brooch in exchange for love advice. The young man laughed and muttered that my lady was obviously very popular at the moment. Young Mr. Dimitri now often asks about Leticia's hobbies and favorite things. The girl objected that Kyle told her that she already had a boyfriend, and the young man was very surprised by this information. His name is Alta. She met him in Nostarian, red hair and green eyes. Milady told me how pretty and beautiful he was, like a rose. It turns out that their lady would have achieved universal recognition. In high society, the guy said that she could keep that brooch for herself. The next morning, Anna ran into our heroine's room and said that it was time to wake up since today was her birthday. Seeing the huge number of gifts, the little girl was very surprised that they were all for her. The kid asked, "Who else? It's all in honor of her birthday, but so many people sent them. How do they know about her?" Perhaps the father ordered that they send his daughters a gift. Then the little girl began to slowly unfold everything and look at what they had brought her. After some time, Kyle, who was helping her, was so tired that he simply fell asleep, and the little girl, taking advantage of the opportunity, painted his face. After some time, even our heroine got tired and exclaimed when she would finally unpack them all. Letty never thought that birthdays could be so much fun. She is glad that she got to experience it, but it would have been much better if the professor had been next to her on such a day. After which, I decided that I needed to thank and greet my dad. On the way to him, the girl saw that he was standing in the corridor and talking to someone in a white cloak. It turned out to be Bess, so our heroine immediately ran to hug her. When Leticia burst into tears, Cassie muttered, "What is it he didn't bring her here for her to cry?" The guys who heard the noise came out into the corridor and didn't expect to see her at all and asked how she was doing. Then the woman hugged them all and said how glad she was to see them. When Dimitri muttered that she came home today, Bess said that today was her daughter's birthday and her mother was obliged to come. The little one exclaimed that it turned out that Mom had returned to the family and now they would always be together. The woman replied that not quite that, she would have to go back tomorrow morning. But on the other hand, they will be together all day, like inseparable. Our heroine said that this also suits her perfectly. Bess asked what she wants for her birthday. Because she was in such a hurry to see her daughter, she didn't have time to prepare a gift. Let her tell her what she wants, and Mom will buy everything. The girl replied that her mother had arrived, that she didn't need more, that she was her best birthday present. Then she began to lead her everywhere and show that she had learned to weave wreaths on her own. She also showed the diary, in which she writes every day and learns to write. When the woman was already putting her to bed, the little girl asked that perhaps she would not go back, but she understands that her mother has a lot to do. Although she misses her, she holds on with all her might. Letty will definitely write her a letter in a couple of days. When the girl fell asleep, the woman quietly left her room and ran into Dimitri in the corridor. The eldest son looked very gloomy and asked his mother not to return back to Sauron. The woman asked if he was sad about her departure. Let him forgive her. He was only an 11-year-old child. It seemed that his mother had put too much on his shoulders. The professor didn't even know what he was feeling. Had he really been sad all this time? The guy replied that no, he doesn't throw tantrums like Kyle. He doesn't intend to intentionally interfere with her work because of his personal desires. It's just better for her not to leave now. Bess asked what happened if he doesn't want to talk. Just let him at least hint what's going on. She is very worried about him because this is the first time she sees her son like this. Let him look into her eyes. When the young man did this, he saw behind her an otherworldly creature that signified death. After what he saw, the young man had an extremely frightened expression on his face. Therefore, the woman understood without words what her eldest son was trying to warn her about. Dimitri has the gift of foreseeing death. Or rather, it would be better to describe his ability as seeing death, since he can both observe the dead and find out the date of those who are already on the heels of death. The boy had not seen many people on the verge of death, but here everything was clear from the appearance he had seen something like this for the first time. After which, he exclaimed that his predictions are not always correct. The future is capable of changing. The shadow might disappear if Mom stays in the estate. So at least we need to wait until it evaporates. It's too dangerous, let her not leave. The woman hugged him, called him her beloved first son, and added that she had to leave. Don't worry so much. Sometimes even death doesn't come true. Its messengers are mistaken. Although Mom doesn't have magical abilities, she has fast legs. She will be able to escape from her. Dimitri whispered that the whole thing was that Mother was not able to see death, so he should just not leave them. The only thing the woman asked was not to tell her father anything. The young man exclaimed, "What about their whole family? They won't be able to live without her." Bess replied that she loves them very much. Everyone protects their loved ones in their own way, and all she can do is leave a piece of herself for future generations, so that a person has a present and a future he needs the past. After a difficult conversation with her son, the woman came to her husband to sleep and asked if he remembered how at first he did not like her hair color at all. Then he gave her a huge hat and a hairpin to hide her hair. She thought that was why he gave them to her. The man objected that he had always liked them. He remembered how she said that she belonged to the royal family of Tyrian, and with such hair, she was uncomfortable going out in public. Bess asked why he was always so gloomy. It seemed to her that he did not like her at all, but the Archduke objected that he was not gloomy. It dawned on the woman that he was simply embarrassed, and that she had misunderstood everything. His lordship replied that it was because it was the first time he had given a gift to a girl. When the professor said that she was sorry to leave her beloved man, the man asked her not to do this, but she said that she could not, but being near him made her weak. Cassie asked if something happened in Sauron. His wife replied that no, she just felt very good with him. The next day, the professor was about to leave, so the little girl ran to say goodbye to her. Bess said that it was because of her that her dad created the hot air balloon for her trip. Her mom was happy to see them all. Where is her smile? The woman doesn't know when she'll come next time. Kyle asked if it meant that she wouldn't be able to come to his birthday. His mother replied that she wasn't promising anything, but she would try and of course bring a gift. The little gentleman replied that she shouldn't worry about it. He was already an adult, unlike some people. Dimitri came out next and simply sadly lowered his eyes to the floor. The woman said that it was time to leave. She hoped that they would see each other very soon. To prevent the little girl from being too sad, the boy suggested going to unpack her mother's gifts. Kyle asked, in surprise, why a snake? He is a wolf. The older brother is an eagle. The younger brother is a sheep. And why is she a snake? The girl replied that she didn't know what the difference was. It was still a gift from her mother. The kid objected that snakes are cool, but she looked more like a rabbit because she was too cute. Our heroine suddenly realized why he was suddenly giving her compliments. Kyle replied that it was a birthday present, and if she wanted another one, she should close her eyes. The little one thought to herself that she didn't need it, but he would be upset if she told him this, so it was better to just accept it. Suddenly, the little gentleman approached her and kissed her on the cheek. Our heroine was very surprised and asked what it was. The boy replied that it was not just a kiss between people who have promised never to part in the future. Leticia thought to herself that apparently he too was going to torture her until her death. Yawning, the little one said that although it was her birthday today, Daddy became very busy again as soon as Mommy left. Perhaps because of her day, he couldn't work normally. The maid objected that no, it was just that the Emperor himself had summoned him today. Leti was surprised that almost no one could see him. Anna replied that indeed to meet him, one must be at the level of her father. His Highness is the nephew of His Highness. This is why the Arden family is second among the ruling families after the imperial one. Our heroine asked whether it turned out that the emperor was her grandfather. The servant asked if she wanted to know more about him. From what she heard, His Majesty has been ruling for a very long time, and he has shiny golden hair. There is a rumor that he is a very dangerous and scary man with incredibly powerful magic. Leticia didn't understand why the image of that same man from her nightmares immediately popped into her head, after which she asked whether he was a good man. Anna replied that she did not know, but that he was definitely a powerful ruler. He united the entire empire of Lodis. The Arden family is in close relations with the emperor. It is certain that they will meet him someday. But young Mr. Dimitri knows more about him. He has already asked for an audience with the emperor. The young man is a special boy. If she is interested in something, she can ask him. When the maid left, the elder brother appeared at the door and said that he had come to read to her. A little later, the little one asked if something had happened, what book he was reading, something about death justice, what kind of story it was. Won't he have nightmares? After reading this book, the guy asked if she thought there was anything scary in it. Letty replied that the title had the word death in it. The little girl thought to herself that although the title would hardly accurately convey the content, she asked what it was about, since it was so fat and huge. Dimitri replied that about death, its history, as well as justice and understanding, that is exactly what it is called. When asked why he was reading it to her, the young man replied that he simply wanted her to understand at least something. Our heroine muttered that death is scary and also very sad. The brother thought to himself that he too was a little anxious, but there was no need to fear death. Rather, it was necessary to know it. After which, he said that she was right. No matter how much you read such things, you would hardly understand. Sometimes it seems to him that she is more mature than him. Suddenly, the little one said that she had a question. Had he ever seen the emperor? What was he like? Was he older than the Pope? Dimitri answered that he was probably more than 60 years old, by human standards, certainly older than Helen. Letty asked if he had gray hair. The guy replied that for ordinary people, everything is so. But not for His Highness, thanks to magic. He looks very young, but why is she even asking about him? The little one is not going to become an empress. Our heroine answered, why should she marry an old man? After which, he said that it was time to sleep, since he needed to grow up faster. The girl asked why so early, let him tell her something else. But the young man objected that he came to put her to bed and not to answer questions. Already in the corridor, the young man was again surrounded by spirits, and he asked them what it was like to be dead. Some time ago, a little gentleman stood before the emperor. The man said that he was a very interesting boy, with a face like Bess and eyes like Cassie, and that he and his father met for the first time at the same age. Dimitri replied that it would be a great honor for him to at least follow in his footsteps and meet His Majesty. The emperor said that he had heard that he was very talented, not only in knowledge, but also in magical power. The child replied that he could simply see the dead. The man stated that the Lodis Empire was built on countless corpses. There must be a lot of blood on his hands. The young man felt this very well, since there were a large number of restless souls hovering around him. After which, he replied that, as he had said, the empire needed a huge number of victims' ghosts, that is, those who had already passed away. When he added that they would be incredibly happy to even just become part of this palace, but so far, he had not noticed any ghosts. Here, the man laughed loudly. Then His Highness came close to the boy and asked if he saw anything around him. In fact, the emperor was simply surrounded by the ghosts of those he had destroyed. But he said out loud that he would not dare to say anything against him. So all he sees is the son of their empire, Lodis, that is his. His Highness stroked the frightened boy's head and said that he was extremely smart. All those souls seemed to be asking for help. The look was different, but it was similar to the aura of his mother's approaching death. Why did he suddenly remember this? Meanwhile, the little girl had a dream about how the toy snake that her mother had given her turned into a real one and was leading her somewhere. It turned out to be a huge snow-white dragon, which she had never seen before. When the little girl asked if he was by any chance the deity Orgo, the creature replied that he was. The girl said that she still doesn't understand who she is. doesn't understand who her enemy is, what to do, and that it's difficult to defend herself in such a situation. The dragon said that the child is a part of her, in addition her child who hatched from the egg. While our heroine was surprised that it was her mother and asked if she would turn into a dragon, the deity said that she was completely weak. Let her protect the children from human cruelty for her sake. Leti objected that she didn't even know them, wasn't confident in her abilities, and would hardly be able to fulfill her request. The deity told her to pull herself together and stop being afraid. Only in this way would she know everything, because the answer was hidden within her. The next morning, when the maid asked if she had slept well, the girl replied that she had not slept well, but that it was not nightmares, but some kind of dragon. Anna exclaimed that it was a wonderful dream. After some time, the Archduke announced that he and Rupel would be leaving the estate for a while. The little one thought to herself that this was clearly not a wonderful dream, and the maid was a liar. Our heroine asked where she was going. The man replied that he would tell her about it when he returned. There was no need to be sad about it. Conrad would look after her because he was good at it. Everything will be fine. No need to worry. Let him not play around. Wear a necklace and eat properly. Don't forget to brush his teeth and study. Then Dad will definitely come back. Then she suddenly remembered that she had to hurry to class and said that they would see each other later. When she left, Cassie said that he was worried that something might happen. While he was away, she often had nightmares. The assistant replied that everything would be fine. Dimitri was here. Anna and Helen would look after her. Rupert added that she has grown up and can do a lot on her own. There is no need to worry. His lordship sighed heavily and said that he should also assign guards to all the other children. The young man asked what he was talking about with the emperor, since he looked very worried. The man replied that it was nothing important, just a normal dialogue with a person who is mired in his power, how he likes to use it to punish people. The guy asked why it was suddenly necessary to assign security to his entire family. When Cassie replied that the reason was in the mirror of the soul, the assistant muttered that no one except the royal family of Tyrion knew how to use it. His lordship replied that it was true, but he sent it to him. The emperor stated that even though he was not a relative, she was still like a niece to him. Why didn't he even tell her that it was the girl's birthday? He had no children, so she was like family to him. But still, the man has already sent her a gift. I wonder if she has seen it yet. The Archduke objected that she had not even formally introduced herself to him. Yet that was too much. Rappleton replied that it was sad to hear such a thing from him. He knew how much the emperor valued him, how things were with Bess. Children often lack their mother. He must be familiar with this. When his lordship replied that he did not understand what he was talking about, the man stated that he had apparently already forgotten about Angelica. Cassie stood up abruptly and said that since he had nothing more to talk about, it was time for him to go back. The emperor smirked and said that then he needed to see the living child of Marquis Crua in Nostarion, whether he knew about it or not. When Arden asked which of them he was talking about, His Highness said the youngest, but Cassie replied that he had heard that he had died in childbirth. The emperor said that by some miracle he was still alive, and that cunning saints had stolen the child and were raising him in secret. They probably think he's a fool. They've already let their guard down, but setting up an ambush isn't that difficult. Since this situation is connected with the prophecy, he entrusts it to the Archduke. Rappleton believes that he will not deceive him. Let him remember that he should not do something like this, otherwise the same thing will happen again as last time. The assistant muttered that if the emperor learned of Milady's identity, she would be in danger. His lordship replied that their purpose was to prevent him from learning about the child of the prophecy and to protect Leticia. The emperor is still not sure of his guesses, only warns, and the mirror is securely hidden so that the girl will never find it. Rupel asked what was wrong with that child named Alta. The man replied that there was no need to worry, as he would take care of him. After the conversation, the man came to that same mirror and stood in front of it. He immediately began to see visions of a woman in a black dress walking towards him. The little girl asked if Dad had left for Nostarion. Conrad answered that he had. The girl stated that it meant he should bring her letters from Alta. He was her boyfriend, so why doesn't he write at all? The young man asked if perhaps she herself would write him a letter and ask how he was doing. The girl replied that she would do so. By the way, why is Sir in ordinary clothes today? Kyle is wearing a strange costume. The maid said that this is exactly what she should wear today. The guy explained that today is Halloween. On this day, ghosts come to their families, so they wear something like this for them. His lordship would be stunned to see him like this, so he refused. The little one thought to herself that she would like to see her daddy's surprised face once. Hearing the clatter of hooves in the distance, our heroine exclaimed that her father had arrived. But having run to that very place, the little one saw the coffins that were lying near the wheels. Rupel asked if she wanted to greet his lordship. Leticia muttered in bewilderment, "Whose dead business is this?" The little girl decided that her father was in one of them, so she immediately began to open it and saw Alta. The little one was in shock and muttered that Papa had really killed him. But then the Archduke appeared and asked what she was doing there. Suddenly, the red-haired boy jumped up and exclaimed that he had a happy Halloween. From great fright, our heroine immediately lost consciousness, but the baby happily said that they had not seen each other for a long time. After some time, they were already sitting in the living room. The priest asked for forgiveness and said that they did not do it on purpose. Alta also picked up that they just wanted to cheer her up. They didn't think it would work out that way. Leticia asked if it meant that they had been riding in a coffin the whole way from Nostarion. The boy muttered that perhaps he had simply fallen asleep in it and ended up here. The little one asked him not to play such a prank on her anymore. Then the boys were asked to go wash up, and our heroine shouted for them to come back quickly. Kyle suddenly appeared and asked who it was. When the girl answered that it was Alta, he exclaimed that that freak was really her boyfriend. While the girl was thinking that as soon as Alta returned, she needed to give him a tour of the estate and introduce him to Kyle, he was blown away like the wind. After some time, the boy returned and said that the outfit was great, but it was too small for him. The little girl replied that he was taller than Kyle. The boy immediately asked if this was the man who was making fun of her. The Marquise's son exclaimed that he was taller, and that was already a victory, after which he asked to show him everything here. The little girl first took him to the fountain and said that it was her favorite place. Then she took him to the office where she studies, after which she showed the dining room where all their meals take place. Then the boy pointed to some room and asked what was there. The little girl muttered that she had never been there, so she didn't know. The door handles were wrapped with a large number of chains, so it was not so easy to get in. Letty thought to herself that if she was not mistaken, this was the northern castle, Rupel Helen, and Dad had strictly forbidden entering it. Maybe this is not it. We have 7 locks on the door, too many. Then she grabbed his hand and said that they needed to go back, otherwise they would be scolded. Let him go faster before the adults saw him. Alta asked if she was scared. Our heroine thought to herself that she was more worried than scared. The boy said that since she was scared, he would fix it now, but let everything be their secret, after which the room was enveloped in a warm light and butterflies appeared. The girl exclaimed that it was simply amazing. Could he really have magic? Alta replied that yes, but it's a secret, he shouldn't use it, but he's glad she liked it. When Lady suddenly became sad, the guy asked what was wrong. Did she not like it or something? But the little one objected that it was not about that. She just wanted to see her magic too. The kid said that it appeared in him recently. It happened after meeting her. The priest said that he had a late manifestation. Maybe she has the same problem. Let him not be upset. This happens sometimes, but there is nothing bad about it. Our heroine agreed with him and thanked him for his support. Suddenly, the boys saw some kind of black clot of energy, which in silhouette resembled a person. Letty immediately remembered how Anna said that there are many ghosts in the northern castle. Even Dimitri gave orders not to let anyone in there, so she hopes that the girl will not look there. But if he sees humanoid silhouettes or hears voices, let him run without answering. The ghosts of the northern castle are very unpleasant. The little girl immediately told Alta to run and not to look back since there could be no people in this part of the castle. When the otherworldly creature began to move towards them, the children screamed loudly and began to run away. The ghost was getting closer and closer, so Leticia screamed for her brother to come to her aid. And the boy turned to the priest because it would soon catch them. Suddenly, the older brother appeared in front of them, to whom our heroine immediately rushed and asked what they were doing there. The girls screamed that they were just walking, and there was a huge door and some kind of ghost. The young man asked them to calm down and told them to tell everything again, and slowly. The little ones started chattering that there was a huge scary ghost there. They saw it, that's why they were scared. The young man said that he understood everything, but first he needed to go back because it was dangerous to be in this place. After a while, Dimitri scolded the little girl. He told her many times why she didn't listen to him. She could have seriously suffered because of her curiosity. Our heroine replied that everything was not so. At all, they had wandered there by accident. The boy picked up that it was not their fault, since they had not even thought of going there. Let his brother believe it. After which he said that his name was Alta. He had heard a lot about Brother Titi. He is truly a wonderful and very kind person. A boy from Nostarion, the temple of the deity Argo, where he met a little girl. The young man replied that he knew about it during Siasha's escape. A priest was looking after her, and he also heard a lot about him. Alta asked what she said about him. After her story about her wonderful brother, he really wanted to meet him, and now he succeeded. Dimitri muttered that he was a funny guy. Maybe they were similar in some way. He would also like to meet him in person. Our heroine watched all this and did not understand why these two seemed to be fighting for some kind of title. Alta asked if he recognized him as Titi's boyfriend. The young man replied that he had never heard of it before. The boy exclaimed that he thought his brother knew about their relationship. The young man replied that the little one only sees him as a friend, not a boyfriend. This is not a relationship. Did he catch the difference? Leticia interrupted him and said that when she was scared, Alta even created a couple of beautiful butterflies for her. He is a very sweet and good-natured child. After which, she thought that she needed to say it directly, so that he would leave her alone, and exclaimed that there was no need to humiliate him. Dimitri was surprised how she knew such words. The little one replied that she just knew, and that's all. After some time, the boy said that there was no need to run into the northern castle. He would not tell his father about this, but let them promise not to do it again. Of course you shouldn't leave the two of them, but he has to leave for classes, so let Leticia stay in the palace. On the way, the little girl said that it was good that they weren't scolded, but next time they might get it. The boy picked up that they wouldn't go there again. But what kind of ghost was in that room? Our heroine muttered that she didn't know, but she didn't think he was good. Suddenly, the boy asked her if she was scared and if she wanted to go away with him. When the girl asked where, Alta began to explain that in fact this time he came to the capital but did not have time to finish. Suddenly, the doors swung open and a little gentleman appeared, shouting that freaks were not allowed to leave. The boy exclaimed that he knew him. He was the same grumbler who was making fun of TT. Kyle was indignant. What kind of grumbler was he? How dare he call him that? After which he rushed at him. Letty screamed at him. What is he doing after all? Alta is a year older than him. Let him show respect. Kyle objected that he has no manners. Having fallen to the ground, the Marquise's son asked who he was to her, since he was a boy. The little gentleman suddenly shouted that he was nothing but her ugly husband. The boys were both taken aback by what they heard. The boy asked in surprise if she really had a husband. Kyle continued to say that he was her husband, and Alta was just some guy. The Marquise's son objected that no matter what she was, she would not marry a grumbler who called her ugly. The boy immediately asked if she didn't like it when he called her, that the little one answered that, of course not. Kyle asked what to call her, then beauty or maybe something else. Maybe at least that way he would become dear to her. Then they started pulling her by the arms in different directions and shouting for her to come with them. But the little girl didn't understand what they were doing. Suddenly, the Archduke appeared, saying that he was looking for the girl. Where was she? Letty immediately rushed to hug him. The kids immediately greeted him. Alta said that he never received an answer from TT, whether he was her boyfriend, but Kyle interrupted him and shouted that he was her husband. The man didn't understand what his son was babbling about, so our heroine whispered in his ear that he wanted to become her husband, after which his lordship said that it was still too early for the son of a marquis to start any kind of relationship, and marriage between relatives is generally prohibited in principle. Leticia can't have a boyfriend, at least until she grows up. The little one exhaled that her dad is the best. Our heroine had a vision again. At night, some voice beckoned her to that room and said that she needed to open the lock and enter. They had to see Stella. The little girl opened her eyes abruptly and thought to herself that it was as if someone was deliberately leading her there. Maybe she needed to go, but she didn't want to expose herself to any more danger. But when she began to hear this voice again, she thought that then, as now, she was not destined to live a long and happy life. Taking some bread from the kitchen, the little girl thought to herself that it felt like she was in a fairy tale, going on an amazing adventure, although there was nothing to be happy about. After which, she came to that very door, which was closed with a bunch of locks. As soon as our heroine was about to touch the door handle, someone suddenly pulled her back. It turned out to be the Archduke, who muttered that a little girl was wandering around the castle at night, even though she knew she would be scolded. The man asked her why she needed these things. The girl replied that with a piece of bread, she would find her way back, and with a candlestick, she would be able to hit someone bad if he appeared. His lordship immediately realized that she was going to open the lock with wire. Leticia dejectedly said yes. The man immediately stood up from his knees and told his daughter to follow him. When they left, they ran into Dimitri, who asked why she was there. Had she not listened to him again? Father said that they broke the rules and tried to sneak into the northern castle, and he caught them. It's already late, so let them go back to their room, and they can talk tomorrow. There's no need to try to deceive him, especially Leticia. How many more problems does she want to bring him? Does she really like making Dad worry? When the little girl answered no, the father added that she should go back and go to bed. He would tell Conrad to keep an eye on her. Near the room, she was immediately met by a maid, who indignantly asked her that she had not told her that she could not go to the northern castle, but she still went there knowing about the danger. The woman is not going to tell her anything anymore. Our heroine will go to the Archduke herself tomorrow and talk to him. Anna immediately stood up for her and said that the little lady would not do it again and was sorry about what happened, wasn't she? The girl sat there sulking and didn't even know what to answer them all, since she didn't think she'd get caught. When Helen asked if she was going to do this anymore, the little one exclaimed that she was interested. She heard a voice calling her there. She is very worried about him, because this is the first time she sees her son like this. Let him look into her eyes. When the young man did this, he saw behind her an otherworldly creature that signified death. After what he saw, the young man had an extremely frightened expression on his face. Therefore, the woman understood without words what her eldest son was trying to warn her about. Dimitri has the gift of foreseeing death. Or rather, it would be better to describe his ability as seeing death, since he can both observe the dead and find out the date of those who are already on the heels of death. The boy had not seen many people on the verge of death, but here everything was clear from the appearance he had seen something like this for the first time. After which, he exclaimed that his predictions are not always correct. The future is capable of changing. The shadow might disappear if Mom stays in the estate. So at least we need to wait until it evaporates. It's too dangerous, let her not leave. The woman hugged him, called him her beloved first son, and added that she had to leave. Don't worry so much. Sometimes even death doesn't come true. Its messengers are mistaken. Although Mom doesn't have magical abilities, she has fast legs. She will be able to escape from her. Dimitri whispered that the whole thing was that mother was not able to see death, so he should just not leave them. The only thing the woman asked was not to tell her father anything. The young man exclaimed, "What about their whole family? They won't be able to live without her." Bess replied that she loves them very much. Everyone protects their loved ones in their own way, and all she can do is leave a piece of herself for future generations, so that a person has a present and a future he needs the past. After a difficult conversation with her son, the woman came to her husband to sleep and asked if he remembered how at first he did not like her hair color at all. Then he gave her a huge hat and a hairpin to hide her hair. She thought that was why he gave them to her. The man objected that he had always liked them. He remembered how she said that she belonged to the royal family of Tyrian, and with such hair, she was uncomfortable going out in public. Bess asked why he was always so gloomy. It seemed to her that he did not like her at all, but the Archduke objected that he was not gloomy. It dawned on the woman that he was simply embarrassed and that she had misunderstood everything. His lordship replied that it was because it was the first time he had given a gift to a girl. When the professor said that she was sorry to leave her beloved man, the man asked her not to do this, but she said that she could not, but being near him made her weak. Cassie asked if something happened in Sauron. His wife replied that no, she just felt very good with him. The next day, the professor was about to leave, so the little girl ran to say goodbye to her. Bess said that it was because of her that her dad created the hot air balloon for her trip. Her mom was happy to see them all. Where is her smile? The woman doesn't know when she'll come next time. Kyle asked if it meant that she wouldn't be able to come to his birthday. His mother replied that she wasn't promising anything, but she would try and, of course, bring a gift. The little gentleman replied that she shouldn't worry about it. He was already an adult, unlike some people. Dimitri came out next and simply sadly lowered his eyes to the floor. The woman said that it was time to leave. She hoped that they would see each other very soon. To prevent the little girl from being too sad, the boy suggested going to unpack her mother's gifts. Kyle asked, in surprise, why a snake? He is a wolf. The older brother is an eagle. The younger brother is a sheep. And why is she a snake? The girl replied that she didn't know what the difference was. It was still a gift from her mother. The kid objected that snakes are cool, but she looked more like a rabbit because she was too cute. Our heroine suddenly realized why he was suddenly giving her compliments. Kyle replied that it was a birthday present, and if she wanted another one, she should close her eyes. The little one thought to herself that she didn't need it, but he would be upset if she told him this, so it was better to just accept it. Suddenly, the little gentleman approached her and kissed her on the cheek. Our heroine was very surprised and asked what it was. The boy replied that it was not just a kiss between people who have promised never to part in the future. Leticia thought to herself that apparently he too was going to torture her until her death. Yawning, the little one said that although it was her birthday today, Daddy became very busy again as soon as Mommy left. Perhaps because of her day, he couldn't work normally. The maid objected that no, it was just that the Emperor himself had summoned him today. Leti was surprised that almost no one could see him. Anna replied that indeed to meet him, one must be at the level of her father. His Highness is the nephew of His Highness. This is why the Arden family is second among the ruling families after the imperial one. Our heroine asked whether it turned out that the emperor was her grandfather. The servant asked if she wanted to know more about him. From what she heard, His Majesty has been ruling for a very long time, and he has shiny golden hair. There is a rumor that he is a very dangerous and scary man with incredibly powerful magic. Leticia didn't understand why the image of that same man from her nightmares immediately popped into her head, after which she asked whether he was a good man. Anna replied that she did not know, but that he was definitely a powerful ruler. He united the entire empire of Lodis. The Arden family is in close relations with the emperor. It is certain that they will meet him someday. But young Mr. Dimitri knows more about him. He has already asked for an audience with the emperor. The young man is a special boy. If she is interested in something, she can ask him. When the maid left, the elder brother appeared at the door. and said that he had come to read to her. A little later, the little one asked if something had happened, what book he was reading, something about death justice, what kind of story it was. Won't he have nightmares? After reading this book, the guy asked if she thought there was anything scary in it. Letty replied that the title had the word death in it. The little girl thought to herself that although the title would hardly accurately convey the content, she asked what it was about, since it was so fat and huge. Dimitri replied that about death, its history, as well as justice and understanding, that is exactly what it is called. When asked why he was reading it to her, the young man replied that he simply wanted her to understand at least something. Our heroine muttered that death is scary and also very sad. The brother thought to himself that he too was a little anxious, but there was no need to fear death. Rather, it was necessary to know it. After which, he said that she was right. No matter how much you read such things, you would hardly understand. Sometimes it seems to him that she is more mature than him. Suddenly, the little one said that she had a question. Had he ever seen the emperor? What was he like? Was he older than the pope? Dimitri answered that he was probably more than 60 years old, by human standards, certainly older than Helen. Letty asked if he had gray hair. The guy replied that for ordinary people, everything is so. But not for His Highness, thanks to magic. He looks very young, but why is she even asking about him? The little one is not going to become an empress. Our heroine answered, why should she marry an old man? After which, he said that it was time to sleep, since he needed to grow up faster. The girl asked why so early. Let him tell her something else. But the young man objected that he came to put her to bed and not to answer questions. Already in the corridor, the young man was again surrounded by spirits, and he asked them what it was like to be dead. Some time ago, a little gentleman stood before the emperor. The man said that he was a very interesting boy, with a face like Bess and eyes like Cassie, and that he and his father met for the first time at the same age. Dimitri replied that it would be a great honor for him to at least follow in his footsteps and meet His Majesty. The emperor said that he had heard that he was very talented, not only in knowledge, but also in magical power. The child replied that he could simply see the dead. The man stated that the Lodi's empire was built on countless corpses. There must be a lot of blood on his hands. The young man felt this very well, since there were a large number of restless souls hovering around him. After which, he replied that, as he had said, the empire needed a huge number of victims' ghosts, that is, those who had already passed away. When he added that they would be incredibly happy to even just become part of this palace, but so far, he had not noticed any ghosts. Here, the man laughed loudly. Then His Highness came close to the boy and asked if he saw anything around him. In fact, the emperor was simply surrounded by the ghosts of those he had destroyed. But he said out loud that he would not dare to say anything against him. So all he sees is the son of their empire, Lodi's, that is his. His Highness stroked the frightened boy's head and said that he was extremely smart. All those souls seemed to be asking for help. The look was different, but it was similar to the aura of his mother's approaching death. Why did he suddenly remember this? Meanwhile, the little girl had a dream about how the toy snake that her mother had given her turned into a real one and was leading her somewhere. It turned out to be a huge snow-white dragon, which she had never seen before. When the little girl asked if he was by any chance the deity Orgo, the creature replied that he was. The girl said that she still doesn't understand who she is, doesn't understand who her enemy is, what to do, and that it's difficult to defend herself in such a situation. The dragon said that the child is a part of her, in addition her child who hatched from the egg. While our heroine was surprised that it was her mother and asked if she would turn into a dragon, the deity said that she was completely weak. Let her protect the children from human cruelty for her sake. Letty objected that she didn't even know them, wasn't confident in her abilities, and would hardly be able to fulfill her request. The deity told her to pull herself together and stop being afraid. Only in this way would she know everything, because the answer was hidden within her. The next morning, when the maid asked if she had slept well, the girl replied that she had not slept well, but that it was not nightmares, but some kind of dragon. Anna exclaimed that it was a wonderful dream. After some time, the Archduke announced that he and Rupel would be leaving the estate for a while. The little one thought to herself that this was clearly not a wonderful dream, and the maid was a liar. Our heroine asked where she was going. The man replied that he would tell her about it when he returned. There was no need to be sad about it. Conrad would look after her because he was good at it. Everything will be fine. No need to worry. Let him not play around. Wear a necklace and eat properly. Don't forget to brush his teeth and study. Then Dad will definitely come back. Then she suddenly remembered that she had to hurry to class and said that they would see each other later. When she left, Cassie said that he was worried that something might happen. While he was away, she often had nightmares. The assistant replied that everything would be fine. Dimitri was here. Anna and Helen would look after her. Rupert added that she has grown up and can do a lot on her own. There is no need to worry. His lordship sighed heavily and said that he should also assign guards to all the other children. The young man asked what he was talking about with the emperor, since he looked very worried. The man replied that it was nothing important, just a normal dialogue with a person who is mired in his power, how he likes to use it to punish people. The guy asked why it was suddenly necessary to assign security to his entire family. When Cassie replied that the reason was in the mirror of the soul, the assistant muttered that no one except the royal family of Tyrion knew how to use it. His lordship replied that it was true, but he sent it to him. The emperor stated that even though he was not a relative, she was still like a niece to him. Why didn't he even tell her that it was the girl's birthday? He had no children, so she was like family to him. But still, the man has already sent her a gift. I wonder if she has seen it yet. The Archduke objected that she had not even formally introduced herself to him. Yet that was too much. Rappleton replied that it was sad to hear such a thing from him. He knew how much the emperor valued him, how things were with Bess. Children often lack their mother. He must be familiar with this. When his lordship replied that he did not understand what he was talking about, the man stated that he had apparently already forgotten about Angelica. Cassie stood up abruptly and said that since he had nothing more to talk about, it was time for him to go back. The emperor smirked and said that then he needed to see the living child of Marquis Crua in Nostarion, whether he knew about it or not. When Arden asked which of them he was talking about, His Highness said the youngest, but Cassie replied that he had heard that he had died in childbirth. The emperor said that by some miracle he was still alive, and that cunning saints had stolen the child and were raising him in secret. They probably think he's a fool. They've already let their guard down, but setting up an ambush isn't that difficult. Since this situation is connected with the prophecy, he entrusts it to the Archduke. Rappleton believes that he will not deceive him. Let him remember that he should not do something like this, otherwise the same thing will happen again as last time. The assistant muttered that if the emperor learned of Milady's identity, she would be in danger. His lordship replied that their purpose was to prevent him from learning about the child of the prophecy and to protect Leticia. The emperor is still not sure of his guesses, only warns, and the mirror is securely hidden so that the girl will never find it. Rupel asked what was wrong with that child named Alta. The man replied that there was no need to worry, as he would take care of him. After the conversation, the man came to that same mirror and stood in front of it. He immediately began to see visions of a woman in a black dress walking towards him. The little girl asked if Dad had left for Nostarion. Conrad answered that he had. The girl stated that it meant he should bring her letters from Alta. He was her boyfriend, so why doesn't he write at all? The young man asked if perhaps she herself would write him a letter and ask how he was doing. The girl replied that she would do so. By the way, why is Sir in ordinary clothes today? Kyle is wearing a strange costume. The maid said that this is exactly what she should wear today. The guy explained that today is Halloween. On this day, ghosts come to their families, so they wear something like this for them. His lordship would be stunned to see him like this, so he refused. The little one thought to herself that she would like to see her daddy's surprised face once. Hearing the clatter of hooves in the distance, our heroine exclaimed that her father had arrived. But having run to that very place, the little one saw the coffins that were lying near the wheels. Rupel asked if she wanted to greet his lordship. Leticia muttered in bewilderment, "Whose dead business is this?" The little girl decided that her father was in one of them, so she immediately began to open it and saw Alta. The little one was in shock and muttered that Papa had really killed him. But then the Archduke appeared and asked what she was doing there. Suddenly, the red-haired boy jumped up and exclaimed that he had a happy Halloween. From great fright, our heroine immediately lost consciousness, but the baby happily said that they had not seen each other for a long time. After some time, they were already sitting in the living room. The priest asked for forgiveness and said that they did not do it on purpose. Alta also picked up that they just wanted to cheer her up. They didn't think it would work out that way. Leticia asked if it meant that they had been riding in a coffin the whole way from Nostarian. The boy muttered that perhaps he had simply fallen asleep in it and ended up here. The little one asked him not to play such a prank on her anymore. Then the boys were asked to go wash up, and our heroine shouted for them to come back quickly. Kyle suddenly appeared and asked who it was. When the girl answered that it was Alta, he exclaimed that that freak was really her boyfriend. While the girl was thinking that as soon as Alta returned, she needed to give him a tour of the estate and introduce him to Kyle, he was blown away like the wind. After some time, the boy returned and said that the outfit was great, but it was too small for him. The little girl replied that he was taller than Kyle. The boy immediately asked if this was the man who was making fun of her. The Marquise's son exclaimed that he was taller, and that was already a victory, after which he asked to show him everything here. The little girl first took him to the fountain and said that it was her favorite place. Then she took him to the office where she studies, after which she showed the dining room where all their meals take place. Then the boy pointed to some room and asked what was there. The little girl muttered that she had never been there, so she didn't know. The door handles were wrapped with a large number of chains, so it was not so easy to get in. Letty thought to herself that if she was not mistaken, this was the northern castle, Rupel Helen, and Dad had strictly forbidden entering it. Maybe this is not it. We have 7 locks on the door. Too many. Then she grabbed his hand and said that they needed to go back, otherwise they would be scolded. Let him go faster before the adults saw him. Alta asked if she was scared. Our heroine thought to herself that she was more worried than scared. The boy said that since she was scared, he would fix it now, but let everything be their secret, after which the room was enveloped in a warm light, and butterflies appeared. The girl exclaimed that it was simply amazing. Could he really have magic? Alta replied that yes, but it's a secret, he shouldn't use it, but he's glad she liked it. When Lady suddenly became sad, the guy asked what was wrong. Did she not like it or something? But the little one objected that it was not about that. She just wanted to see her magic too. The kid said that it appeared in him recently. It happened after meeting her. The priest said that he had a late manifestation. Maybe she has the same problem. Let him not be upset. This happens sometimes, but there is nothing bad about it. Our heroine agreed with him and thanked him for his support. Suddenly, the boys saw some kind of black clot of energy, which in silhouette resembled a person. Letty immediately remembered how Anna said that there are many ghosts in the northern castle. Even Dimitri gave orders not to let anyone in there, so she hopes that the girl will not look there. But if he sees humanoid silhouettes or hears voices, let him run without answering. The ghosts of the northern castle are very unpleasant. The little girl immediately told Alta to run and not to look back, since there could be no people in this part of the castle. When the otherworldly creature began to move towards them, the children screamed loudly and began to run away. The ghost was getting closer and closer, so Leticia screamed for her brother to come to her aid. And the boy turned to the priest because it would soon catch them. Suddenly, the older brother appeared in front of them, to whom our heroine immediately rushed and asked what they were doing there. The girls screamed that they were just walking, and there was a huge door and some kind of ghost. The young man asked them to calm down and told them to tell everything again, and slowly, the little ones started chattering that there was a huge scary ghost there. They saw it, that's why they were scared. The young man said that he understood everything, but first he needed to go back because it was dangerous to be in this place. After a while, Dimitri scolded the little girl. He told her many times why she didn't listen to him. She could have seriously suffered because of her curiosity. Our heroine replied that everything was not so at all. They had wandered there by accident. The boy picked up that it was not their fault, since they had not even thought of going there. Let his brother believe it. After which he said that his name was Alta. He had heard a lot about brother Titi. He is truly a wonderful and very kind person. A boy from Nostarion, the temple of the deity Argo, where he met a little girl. The young man replied that he knew about it during Siasha's escape. A priest was looking after her, and he also heard a lot about him. Alta asked what she said about him. After her story about her wonderful brother, he really wanted to meet him. And now he succeeded. Dimitri muttered that he was a funny guy. Maybe they were similar in some way. He would also like to meet him in person. Our heroine watched all this and did not understand why these two seemed to be fighting for some kind of title. Alta asked if he recognized him as Titi's boyfriend. The young man replied that he had never heard of it before. The boy exclaimed that he thought his brother knew about their relationship. The young man replied that the little one only sees him as a friend, not a boyfriend. This is not a relationship. Did he catch the difference? Leticia interrupted him and said that when she was scared, Alta even created a couple of beautiful butterflies for her. He is a very sweet and good-natured child. After which, she thought that she needed to say it directly, so that he would leave her alone, and exclaimed that there was no need to humiliate him. Dimitri was surprised how she knew such words. The little one replied that she just knew, and that's all. After some time, the boy said that there was no need to run into the northern castle. He would not tell his father about this, but let them promise not to do it again. Of course you shouldn't leave the two of them, but he has to leave for classes, so let Leticia stay in the palace. On the way, the little girl said that it was good that they weren't scolded, but next time they might get it. The boy picked up that they wouldn't go there again. But what kind of ghost was in that room? Our heroine muttered that she didn't know, but she didn't think he was good. Suddenly, the boy asked her if she was scared, and if she wanted to go away with him. When the girl asked where, Alta began to explain that in fact this time he came to the capital but did not have time to finish. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a little gentleman appeared, shouting that freaks were not allowed to leave. The boy exclaimed that he knew him. He was the same grumbler who was making fun of TT. Kyle was indignant. What kind of grumbler was he? How dare he call him that? After which he rushed at him. Letty screamed at him. What is he doing after all? Alta is a year older than him. Let him show respect. Kyle objected that he has no manners. Having fallen to the ground, the Marquise's son asked who he was to her, since he was a boy. The little gentleman suddenly shouted that he was nothing but her ugly husband. The boys were both taken aback by what they heard. The boy asked in surprise if she really had a husband. Kyle continued to say that he was her husband, and Alta was just some guy. The Marquise's son objected that no matter what she was, she would not marry a grumbler who called her ugly. The boy immediately asked if she didn't like it when he called her. That the little one answered that, of course not. Kyle asked what to call her, then beauty, or maybe something else. Maybe at least that way he would become dear to her. Then they started pulling her by the arms in different directions and shouting for her to come with them. But the little girl didn't understand what they were doing. Suddenly, the Archduke appeared, saying that he was looking for the girl. Where was she? Letty immediately rushed to hug him. The kids immediately greeted him. Alta said that he never received an answer from TD, whether he was her boyfriend, but Kyle interrupted him and shouted that he was her husband. The man didn't understand what his son was babbling about. so our heroine whispered in his ear that he wanted to become her husband, after which his lordship said that it was still too early for the son of a marquis to start any kind of relationship, and marriage between relatives is generally prohibited in principle. Leticia can't have a boyfriend, at least until she grows up. The little one exhaled that her dad is the best. Our heroine had a vision again. At night, some voice beckoned her to that room and said that she needed to open the lock and enter. They had to see Stella. The little girl opened her eyes abruptly and thought to herself that it was as if someone was deliberately leading her there. Maybe she needed to go, but she didn't want to expose herself to any more danger. But when she began to hear this voice again, she thought that then, as now, she was not destined to live a long and happy life. Taking some bread from the kitchen, the little girl thought to herself that it felt like she was in a fairy tale, going on an amazing adventure, although there was nothing to be happy about. After which, she came to that very door, which was closed with a bunch of locks. As soon as our heroine was about to touch the door handle, someone suddenly pulled her back. It turned out to be the Archduke, who muttered that a little girl was wandering around the castle at night, even though she knew she would be scolded. The man asked her why she needed these things. The girl replied that with a piece of bread, she would find her way back, and with a candlestick, she would be able to hit someone bad if he appeared. His lordship immediately realized that she was going to open the lock with wire. Leticia dejectedly said yes. The man immediately stood up from his knees and told his daughter to follow him. When they left, they ran into Dimitri, who asked why she was there. Had she not listened to him again? Father said that they broke the rules and tried to sneak into the northern castle, and he caught them. It's already late, so let them go back to their room, and they can talk tomorrow. There's no need to try to deceive him, especially Leticia. How many more problems does she want to bring him? Does she really like making Dad worry? When the little girl answered no, the father added that she should go back and go to bed. He would tell Conrad to keep an eye on her,